Okay, we're live. Good morning. Sorry for the delay. We had some technical difficulties, but we think they are cleared up. So let us begin by acknowledging that we are gathered today in Mi'kmaq, the ancestral, present, and future territory of the Mi'kmaq people. Today, we gather with the intent followed by the living peace and friendship treaties with respect, cooperation, and coexistence. We are all treaty people. I call this meeting of town council to order. It is April 24th, 2026. This is our third budget meeting for the year, for the 2026-27 budget. And I call this meeting to order. There are some items that need to be added to the agenda. So if someone can make a motion to have number 1 area update, then we'll move on to a new budget version and grant budget, and then the 3-pager capital budget before going into closed session.
And I mean, I didn't necessarily mean you had to amend the agenda. I
Okay.
think just the discussion would contain
Oh,
those items for clarity.
Oh,
for council members.
okay.
Those are things that we had planned to discuss during the
Okay.
discussion this morning.
okay, so we don't need a motion.
I don't think we need, I mean, just to
Okay,
approve the
no.
agenda as it is.
Okay, just approve the agenda.
I'll move that we approve the agenda as circulated.
Yes, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Boone, thank you. All those in favor signify aye. Opposed, nay. The motion is carried. Thank you very much. So we will start with an area update. And this is good news.
Well, I mean, it's just budget impacting news, and it's always hard to decide
Yeah,
how to reflect some of these things in the budget. So actually, you were at this week's area meeting, but this isn't just something that's been going on now for a number of months on the area side of things. And so our area representatives, Councillor Wilson and Mary Louise Scruffy, feel free to jump in. I think actually, Kelly, you probably do a better job describing this change in a accessible way than I will.
You carry on.
So I guess traditionally area managers of the Ellershouse Wind Farm have been responsible for certain additional steps beyond simply the raw transmission of energy generated from the wind farm to our community. So within area, we were handling certain things such as the spill of additional energy that might be generated to NSPI, for which there is compensation, and covering the costs related to the backup and top-up transmission of energy. So area was doing kind of both of those things within the organization, and then netting it out and combining into our resulting power cost to our individual utilities as the owners. But there has been a lot of discussion about a change to the way that that's being approached, where essentially area would not take on the additional costs associated with the backing up of the energy. That additional cost would be the responsibility of the municipal units, and then that would be somewhat offset. And this is the part, Kelly, maybe you could help me.
Well, it's a 2-step process, really. The first step was area actually asked that we download the costs of the backup top up and the credit for the spill to the individual 3 electrical utilities, which we, I think, basically agreed to. And that was over all 3 towns, that was about $1 million hit. But it was contingent on getting NSPI to agree to another change, and that change NSPI would not do until we could prove to them that we could give them day-ahead forecasting of our energy requirements. And I say we, Ray, has managed to convince them that the data we have now is sufficient for their needs. So they've agreed to go ahead with the second change, and that change is basically to change the line at which backup top up and spill kick in. And it's beyond my ability to explain, so Joe, help me here if you can. But basically, it changes the mix of backup, top up, and spill. And in the aggregate, the whole thing is $1 million favorable to the electrical utilities, roughly $1 million, $1.2 million, something like that. So at the end of the day, basically, area ends up in a profitable position for this fiscal year of about $1.2 million versus 200,000. And the electrical utilities are break even, actually a little bit advantageous to the electrical utilities as well in all three towns. So it's a kind of a win-win situation.
So we didn't reflect this change in our budget, and I believe that was consistent with the other two MAUs as well. So, you know, if it does result, as it ought to, in a slightly better overall year for the utility, then, you know, it's not something that we necessarily need to reflect in the budget. I do think that there is, Kelly, you correct me if I'm wrong, I think there is a need for us to flow through, like the utility will have to apply differently to the board to flow through some of these costs that are coming to the utility. So while it leaves the utility in a slightly better place, I do think that there might be a change in customer rates. I don't think it's a big one, but I think.
Yeah, that part I don't know.
Yeah.
I do know it makes it easier for us to get rate changes. We don't have to go to a GRA every time something goes on.
And if there is a rate impact, like I think I think the net increase on the rates would be about $80,000. I could be wrong about that, but so $80,000 on rates doesn't equate to a very significant, it's less than a single % change in rates. But I guess I want to point out that I do think there might, in the course of this, because Ari often explains it as well, it's beneficial to the utilities without also including that generally means there's some kind of flow through impact on customer rates.
Councillor Paul.
Yeah, just for clarity, because I'm not that familiar with this whole method. When you say download to municipalities, does that mean that municipalities individually advise drawdown requirements or in aggregate? How is it done?
The system that was being referenced in terms of providing NSPI with data, that's still being carried out by area. So we don't have to do that, but we do have to actually manage the resulting extra cost and extra revenue.
So it's a financial thing as opposed to not.
Yes.
What might that mean in terms of staffing, extra staffing requirement?
It really won't be a lot of additional work. I mean, when we do a flow through, we'll be able to flow through changes in relation to this. So we're already preparing and supporting those applications, and that has become, as Councillor Wilson mentioned, easier with the new flow through mechanism that the board approved. So it should not be a substantial additional work for staff, but it does mean, you know, we would reflect volumes that have been netted out. So like in terms of the balance sheet, it might look quite a bit different to show all of this that wouldn't have been shown previous. I mean, a couple $100,000, but is of significance on the balance sheet.
Yeah.
Mayor, I think, you know, my interpretation of this change in methodology is really one that recognizes the original business model is now quite antiquated. And over the decade or more, the whole top up, back up tariff and has evolved over time. And so where we find ourselves now is we have area taking in the costs and also getting the benefit, and they generally net out positively. But there's no regulatory adjudicator, because if there are any challenges from time to time, the area itself can't avail of the regulator to weigh in as part of the rate base. So, you know, Ray, who knows a lot more about this certainly than I do, he's been working for some time to say, hey, structurally going forward, to give the municipal utilities the most flexibility, this is a better business model and a better structure for the utilities down the road, so that you can keep the costs in the right category and you don't have as much, you know, so you end up with a simpler relationship with area where they're just really concentrating on generation and sending us. And, you know, our interface with Nova Scotia Power is better maintained and negotiated and adjudicated by the regulator within the regulated utility. I think that, so
Yeah,
there's,
that's
there's a,
important.
there's a number of non-financial benefits to raise, to his recommendation that, I assume that the board is moving along with.
Yeah, just to be, to
Councillor,
Joe's point, what put area in such a difficult financial condition in the first place was about, I think, 7 or 8 years ago, NSPI unilaterally changed the rules about a backup, top up and spill. And just said, here you go, take it or leave it. And it was a big hit to area. And because area is not a regulated company under UARB, there was nothing they could, and their PPAs were all fixed. There was nothing they could do about it but eat the losses, which they did.
So it did result in a gradual decline in profitability, and for the last couple of years, we haven't posted any dividends. And it is likely that, you know, and I know that this is a not entirely popular thing to say, that if the costs are accurately reflected, it may then mean a little bit of additional revenue to the town and potentially a very minor rate impact. So it's correcting things, putting them where they ought to be, and it would be nice to have some dividend from area again.
So Mayor, is the takeaway that these changes are going to evolve over the calendar year, but they're not reflected in this budget?
Not reflected in the budget, so it's about, as I said, it's about an estimated $80,000 cost increase to the utility, which would then be flowed through as an immediate revenue increase. But the magnitude of that $80,000, you know, will be determined. The final magnitude of it will be determined through a flow-through application to the board. And so we could include it without really like we could just, you know, but it's a flow-through. In that sense, it's not going, it's a net, no impact on the revenues and expenditures of the utility for the year. So rather than catching it in the budget, you know, our take has been, well, we'll catch it in the actuals, obviously, and then next year showing this substantial amount of money moving through in association with the backup top and everything will make it look like there's been a big change, but the net impact is quite small. And basically nothing to the utility. but
Yeah,
quite small.
just to be clear, the first change, area suggested it be retroactive to the 1st of April last year. So a 16-month retroactive charge. But then we realized that NSPI was unlikely to be willing to do that with the second part of the change. So the last meeting we had, which was last Wednesday, we agreed that the changes would be set up to coincide. So whatever NSPI decides on change number 2, change number 1 will start on the same day.
Councillor.
Is this change subject to approval by the member units? Or is it just a fait accompli after discussion at area board?
My understanding is that there is a document package to request a decision and provide supporting information coming from area to the councils. I think that's for amendment of the PPAs, because that would require the council sign off. So we didn't have that yet, and Ray has indicated it's coming shortly. It will go on a council agenda. But where we're in the budget process, it felt important to disclose it. That's the marijuana.
Yeah, okay, good. And all the more reason to leave it for the actuals rather than.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But we haven't even officially approved it.
Okay,
Well, that's good news.
good way to start our deliberations today, right? So that's great. The grants budget, do we want to move on?
Yeah, well, I understand there were some issues with council members being able to access the detail of the grant documents being sent out, and we've made some notes about making sure that doesn't happen in next year. And if we do need to resend the package and delay any of these conversations, we do have a scheduled council meeting on Monday. We don't have another scheduled budget meeting. We will talk at the end of this meeting about whether we need one. But if you were able to at least access the budget documents that you received in the emergency budget, you would have seen the recommended allocation of the grants from staff. So I did go through and review all of these and gave thought to council's input at the previous meeting about, you know, what the criteria might be for awarding the grants. In particular, the sensitivity noted in the motion to increase the grants line in the last meeting was to offset potential losses to revenue coming from the province or other sources that would be affecting nonprofits. So we normally look at bang for our buck effectively in terms of delivery of programs. Like if some group says, you know, $500 will produce a 50 participant program for 3 weeks in the summer or something, then well, that's a huge bang for the buck. We did have an application in there, for example, that was the $3,000 application from Coastal Action. On review, it was to provide opportunities to 4 students, 2 from the alternative school and 2 from Bayview. But given that the catchment of those schools is far larger than the town, it's unlikely that more than one of the 4 students would be a town resident, which means we're talking about $800 per student. Not a great bang for your buck when compared to $1,000 to run a program for, you know, 50 participants. So I've had to go through and give those kind of evaluations, and that's how we got to the numbers. And we're happy to obviously get council's changes to that. It's your prerogative, but it gives me somewhere to start, and I can answer questions about why I came to the recommendations that I did.
Councillor Carver, you had put out an email that, with some discussion about, no information from Bayview. I couldn't get into the Bayview document, so was there a request from Bayview?
One of the questions was about Bayview and why they didn't specify an amount to contribute to the playground. But it came back with nothing suggested by staff. And when I sent the email querying that, was that deliberate? Or was it just waiting for,
You know
was that the
what?
staff's recommendation?
That would have come from the home and school,
Yes, it did,
Yeah.
right.
I would
But-
say, because they are in big need of replacing, as we are with our playground.
Well, you just hit on the head why I didn't recommend it.
Yeah.
Because we have in our own budget $40,000 of work, well, $140,000 of work, in the hope that would be externally supported, and we just found out we didn't get one of those external grants from the Mercanson Foundation, which I circulated to you folks. Quite a substantial expenditure just to get our own public playground up to minimal accessibility standards. So given that, that's why I didn't recommend it.
So staff did not recommend, they were actively not recommending any donation to that request. And my own feeling is that it would be that we make a small donation to that, like in the area of $250. Are we right on it? Are we actually going to discuss the grants?
Yeah, we're just gonna take it off some other one.
Yeah,
okay,
let's
yeah.
see.
I think that's important in terms of community relations. And it did come from the parent association. And even though part of the staff response when I queried it is that we've already provided a lot of financial contributions to bettering the situation at Bayview with the changes along the parking and so on. I think this is a different issue. It's for the children. I would support putting 250 into that.
Okay. Do you want to make that a motion, or do you?
It's probably the easiest thing to do, just to make sure everybody
Yeah.
feels comfortable with the
Okay,
changes.
to make a
Yeah,
second
it's
motion?
the mo-
Yeah.
Okay, I will.
add
All right,
$250.
I move that we contribute $250 to the request from Bayview Community School for improvements to their playground.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Roon, thank you. Any further discussion? I quite agree with you, good Councillor. You know, this is a different matter with the school and with, you know, what we did for the parking situation. This playground is used all week, daily, weekends, by the public. It's in a good walking distance for a lot of families, and it's well used. So I would really support this request.
Just maybe a question of clarification.
Sure.
What would $250 do?
So it contributes to the fund.
It adds to
So it
the
just
fund.
contributes to their fund?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say, I'm on the SAC for my children's school, and they're in the same issue with the playground, and they're looking at several $100,000. So it won't be a significant contribution, but it would be a nice, I think Councilor Carver thinks it'd just be a nice sentiment to put, you know, help build.
Support.
You know, I certainly support the contribution. I think it's more of a in spirit rather than with impact at that amount. But it does make me think about where we are with the various fields. So Mahone Bay Center versus the ball field, and like we're not really a town that's big enough and that we can really split our efforts into multiple investments. And so I know we have another conversation down the road about a much more substantial upgrade of Tiny Top Playground. And I do wonder about, $150,000 investment for the community playground versus a multiple $100,000 investment in the school playground, albeit it's on private sector property that, and it's a different financial arrangement, but we are talking, I just wonder if we're better off splitting our resources and putting them into two different investments versus making sure we got one investment done very, very well. But anyway, I don't think we have enough information to really evaluate what the overall plan is with Bayview School, but it'd be nice to know what their vision is for that investment to see, is this the first of many requests, or are they going to get that? Is that funded by donations? Because I really do think we have competing interests.
Well, they're doing a lot of fundraising, I know that. I've sold wood tickets,
Mhm.
backfilling.
It would be nice to do everything. It'd be nice to do it all, but
Well, you hit on why I wasn't recommending it, and
Yeah.
the donation of $250 really doesn't change that. The basic premise here is that the town is spending, substantial amounts of money on public infrastructure. And it would support this in principle, but is not really meaningfully diverting funding towards it, at least that I think is consistent with the $250. And I should note, because it all seems to balance out to 40,000, or if we could find additional money, there is, if I was conflicted about anything here, it was the fact that I said that I did not recommend increasing the funding to the chamber for the operations of the BIC, and yet I had $2,500 effectively left over. So if you reallocate it out step by step like this, then my recommendation would be, because I put 5,000 down there, to bring that back down accordingly, because that wasn't something that I would have recommended had I not been given a budget of $40,000 to work with.
So as this, what Councillor Carver has suggested is more of a token, would there be value in just upping that amount even to $500? I'm just curious.
Or get down through the rest of the list, and then if you want to take things down, like other funding down, you could then look at that coming back up before the end of our conversation this morning.
Yeah, because it's a bit of a token, that's all.
Well, in that it's part of having relationships with different, we talk about that as part of our strategic plan is our partnerships. And, we have them doing the flower boxes, with a class, but we don't do a whole lot for Bayview School in comparison to like other communities do for their town school.
Yeah.
So I think this is a way of goodwill and partnership
It's a
with the
starting
school, keeping our foot in the door. I mean, I intentionally, keep up communications with the principals and, take part in events up there on a regular basis, as do other members, and invite them to do so. And staff, our staff go up and judge fairs up at the school.
Yeah.
It's really important, if you want to kill a community,
Right.
don't do anything for kids, okay?
Right, yeah, I hear you.
It will kill a community, so, I think whether you've passed your childbearing years and raising children and whatnot, still, part of your life, be part of a community thriving.
Yeah.
Is through the youth in the community as well.
Mayor, I wonder, is there any virtue? It would be nice to know what the vision and the plan is for that investment before we make any decision around the Tiny Tot.
Well, they have
investment.
several pieces of equipment that have been taken down and removed. For one
Yeah.
thing, that they are fundraising, but the cost of commercial type equipment is unbelievably expensive. It was expensive back when I was a parent and we were fundraising for equipment at the school, and they age out, and because of safety regulations, the things have to be replaced, and
I kind of want to offer a counterpoint to the idea that the school's facility is, generally speaking, a replacement for the public facility.
Yeah, no,
Both because the public have actually written to us asking for the improvements that have been budgeted for
Yeah.
County Dogs. And also because it is very well used throughout the summer, it's very busy, very active. And because the school's facility is private and not advertised as open to the public and not visible from the street. I think it would be difficult to suggest that it was unnecessary to have a public playground.
Mhm. No, fair enough. I think that's a fair point, Dylan. It's just, I think everyone's expectation is there's going to be a larger request at some point, from the SAC.
Yes, Councillor.
Well, we'll deal with
Yeah.
that. We'll deal with that when we,
Exactly.
if it does come.
Exactly.
And I don't see any need to inspect their plans before considering donating $250.
Fair enough.
So,
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay, ready for the question? All those in favor signify aye. Opposed? The motion is carried. Thank you. We will move on to, there was another one.
Might as well just go down line by line and make sure people are comfortable, and if there's a change to it.
Well, I don't have the line by line because I can't
Oh.
get the
We can print off
document.
that page really quick if that would help you.
Print off,
Just the grants page by itself. We won't take a second.
sure.
Just page, page,
On the bigger budget document. If you-
66 in the main document.
But she doesn't have
I don't
printed
have-
copy.
Yeah, just a minute. I'll have to go into the.
Ellie, would you run down?
It's on the website.
Yeah.
Upstairs and downstairs.
Which one do you want?
You don't have a code on that, do
I
you?
work downstairs now, so I don't even think about it. I don't have a code, it's just.
Anybody else want a copy?
Make it big enough
Lots
to
of big
read.
copies.
A couple.
She said coffee, but.
All the hands will go up.
I just say yes.
Mayor, on the funding of the wages at the VEC, which is a kind of a new increased scope that the town will be picking up. Look, I just wonder, like, it doesn't really sit all that well with me that the spirit of the arrangement was the town will provide the building and we'll provide all of the utilities for the building. And we'll provide the water for the building and we'll provide cleaning for the building. We'll do all the capital investment around the building and around the VIC, and we'll provide you with a long-term lease to do that. And then the ball is in your court to make the VIC whatever your vision of the VIC should be in 2026. And there's various opinions on what the role of a VIC, of any VIC is in Nova Scotia, considering the province is closing down the largest and most visible VICs, including the one on the border between New Brunswick and Nova Scotia as you drive into the province. So like, I wonder, now it's expanded to, we need all of that taken care of, but we also need you to fund, not on a percentage or a matching grant. We need you to also make a financial contribution towards like the staffing of the VIC. And it's just not clear to me that like where if the benefit exceeds the amount of funding.
Well, that's
Like,
why I was discomforted in
what
backing
is the-
into it without.
like,
a
what
real
is the-
decision as to what we're trying to achieve.
What's the
here.
community benefit? And, the VIC hasn't really been run in 2 years, as we know, for staffing reasons 2 years ago, last year because of the construction. It's not, I just wonder if the whole VIC strategy is still logical going forward. Other people have an opinion about that, but fundamentally, like, this is where we were with the flower baskets 2 years ago. This was something that was traditionally under the purview and the umbrella and the funding of the chamber. And then it was like, well, can you just handle this for this year? And then the next year, can you handle it all? And now the town has a $25,000 flower basket budget, right? The 2 years, like these traditionally were not the town's operational responsibilities, and now they're becoming the town. And I think you need to change that relationship this dramatically. I think you need more than just a grant request, I think.
Do we know what the budget is for the VIC?
The total,
Yeah.
you know, what we.
Or what it costs, actually costs.
It must be, is it on one line or is it broken up through?
Should be under tourism for the, at least from the utilities and the,
What's it
internet.
costing us, but I think you meant like their.
Oh, their
the
costs?
overall operating costs.
I can't remember if they put.
Because
that
we
in
can't
there.
proportionally,
Mm.
what proportion are we talking about here?
Well, it's basically the salary of the manager, right? There's one person who's hired to manage the thing.
Yes, and they used to get
And then there's
students.
Volunteers, okay, maybe there's one student,
I think there's a student.
yeah, I think there
They
is.
didn't get a grant last year for that, I don't think, like, there's been some student grant cuts, and,
That's why they asked us. for
Yeah,
the
that's
20
it was run,
last
it
year.
was run purely by volunteers last year.
Was-
Sylvia was a volunteer, she received, and it was open 2 days or 3 days a week through the summer, and at the festival, or the festival weekends.
It was at the bandstand, wasn't it?
Yes,
Well, the grant application did include, like I mean, it's a little bit complex because it's the chamber's operating cost. It's an assessment of their overall cost. It doesn't really give a breakdown of what they feel the VIC, like it does show the revenues that they receive from other sources in relation to the VIC. But I'm not sure that it presents a clear picture of the expenses associated, because it's the expenses for the chamber, the whole chamber that they gave us with the application.
Well, it seems to me, to follow up on Joe's comment, that this is really a charming anachronism in this day and age. I mean, it would never occur to me to go to a visitor's information center if I was visiting a town. I've got a phone, I just go to find what I need and go. So I think I'd dump it right back in the hands of the chamber and say, if you want to run it, carry on. We'll still provide the facility and all those associated costs, but it's up to you to figure out what it looks like in terms of the interface with the community.
Councillor Kramer.
It's taking me a minute to formulate my thoughts, but this is, as you know, I'm the council liaison with the chamber. And the chamber at the moment is not a strong organization. And I think that there is value in supporting their efforts, especially at this time, because they will become a stronger organization at time, because things come and go in the community, ebb and flow. I noticed that in the last year, their request was quite large. It was $2,500, no, $25,000, and we gave them $2,500. So this year, in comparison, the request is $7,500. My instinct is to give them the same amount we did last year. I think it's important to support that bit because it is active. I don't have the data. It is active. It's one of the, and it benefits the community in the whole. A lot of people aren't using online resources. People who aren't using online resources. Also, it's a complement to the new Edgewater development, which I think is an important feature of that whole area to support that as part of that whole development.
Councillor Paulson.
I think this is the wrong time to be introducing significant change to the operation of the VIC or the future of the VIC. I think it probably needs well sorting out by next year, and notice needs to be given that due thought needs to be given to its future. But as for this year, I think it's probably better just to leave it as it is with the reduced approval.
The $5,000 that the staff had recommended.
It was 4.
Well, I have said, I recommended 5 because we had $40,000. I would have recommended 2,500. I didn't think we should increase it for the reasons that have been stated here. It seems inappropriate to make that increase without having a discussion. I have now found and put up on the screen the relevant part of the chamber's budget, I think. So seem to be saying that they get $10,000 from other outside sources, or sorry, $10,000 including our 2,500. They've stated twice there, but I think the VIC part is the 2,500 and then 7,500 from the province. And then the cost of the operation seems to be predominantly this, because we pay for all the rest of the overhead, including internet and everything. So if the cost of the operation is about 14,000, we pay 2,500. They have another $7,500 grant. They're short $4,000, I guess, is what they're. And if this is extrapolating that the costs below under general expenses don't directly apply to the VIC.
So they have 8,500 in there for Vic staff.
Yeah.
But,
And management 35.
but under grants, there's nothing from, in the Town of Mahone Bay grant fund.
So the VIC Town of Mahone Bay grant is the 2,500, this line. The other one I think is, other town funding for, because down below you'll see that this budget also
Okay.
includes the festival.
Yeah, okay.
So that, yeah.
Well, I can certainly support Councillor Carver's compromise recommendation. If there's consensus around the table at 2,500.
Mm. It might not
Brian?
let me into the next count.
So,
Yes, okay.
Yeah,
So that'd be to bring it back down to 2,500. So does somebody want to make that motion again, just to keep editing the document with consensus and everything on the table?
Let it not be me.
Councillor Wilson,
Modify the grant to, Chamber of Commerce at $2,500.
seconder. Councillor Feeny, thank you. Those in favor, signify aye. Opposed? Thank you. There's consensus on that.
So what I'm doing, just for the record, is as we make these changes, I'm just changing the leftover monies to be allocated later. So I
Okay,
had recommended 3,000 of 40, but now because these net changes have actually left more unallocated funds, that's up to $5,006. I don't know how I gained $6. Very weird.
alright.
I
Okay,
haven't done anything that involves a random number like that, so.
Okay. so going on the list,
Oh,
I
okay.
was gonna move on to the
I'm
next.
going to do another one, yeah.
Okay, we're gonna go in order.
In
So,
order, okay.
So we did Bayview, so we'll go to the Mahone Bay Chamber again for Father Christmas and Scarecrow.
So this one, I recommended giving them a substantial increase relative to their substantial increase in what they were looking to achieve. This had to do with the costs of getting the scarecrows in and out. They had said we could give them less money and do the work ourselves. I'm just quite concerned about, Jonathan feels that this would be like a week or two of time that the department would be unavailable. If we're short people, we're ending up bringing people in.
Yeah.
It just makes sense to support them in getting the necessary resources that they need, as opposed to trying to do this in kind. So that is my recommendation.
I suggest we round it up to $5,000 just to make the math easier.
Well, they didn't ask for $5.
It is a funny number.
It's with HST, I think, that's why
I,
a little bit.
The GST, did you say?
that's why it's a wonky.
But I'm sure
Yeah.
they wouldn't object. I'm sure it would be a vote of confidence to give them 5,000. I'm sure they wouldn't object.
Yeah,
I'd be
Yeah,
happy with that.
we support that.
Kelly, you want to make a motion on that?
I move that we allocate $5,000 to the Mahone Bay Chamber of Commerce Father Christmas and Scarecrow programs.
Seconded.
seconded, okay. All those in favor signify aye. Opposed, nay. The motion is carried. Thank you. Moving on to the Heritage Boat Club, there's no request.
Yeah, so the request, essentially the boat co-op's application says that they, generally speaking, always wants the money. And also they would like to now come back to the idea that they canceled and rejected the original funding that we had paid for them to put that boat back at the VIC, which I don't believe they've discussed with the chamber, because when I was there with the chamber going over the plans for they said they didn't think that was coming back. And it's news to me because we had lined up
And they
money
had
and made an
dissolved.
entire plan and then they dissolved and then, so I really don't know what's going on and I don't recommend
They
we give them money.
dissolved, but I understand they are back.
They are back, they're trying to do something, I just, we've already tried, we already obtained $8,000 to do this and anyway, I would just generally speaking not support this, that's why I've done it, but.
Well, they have reformatted and they are including youth and they are having to go through a organizational challenge because of the joint stock requirements in terms of who can read and who can formally be part of the organisation, which they've sorted out. So they've got some pretty good young ones in there, which are very keen. I think it probably is worthwhile contributing something to the co-op. I'm frankly not familiar with what happened while it's zero, but you mentioned there was an amount, and it's
No, there wasn't an amount. They did just request any amount of money, so I'm sure 250 or something like that would be showing support. Yeah, whether we're supporting the relocation of the boat, I think we lease the land to the chamber, so if they can work something out, I guess that's between them, but. You know, I've literally been down there with the chamber planning around not doing that as recently as a week ago.
Yeah, we just spent $50
Yeah.
million on the waterfront.
Councillor Carver.
Well, I think that they're doing valuable work in the community and with young people. That both the school that is based there and in their boat building, the float the boat
Yeah.
activity. I mean, which they're now proposing to do twice a year, I think, but which I think is just a really valuable contribution to the community.
well, it's the
So-
children's pond
Yeah,
thing
yeah,
you're talking about, yeah. If you're referring to relocating one of the,
The face show display.
that's all gone.
It was in the application that they wanted to do
Well,
it.
yes, but
That's why I have so much trouble with this.
I
with this
understand that is no longer considered.
So had they applied and said, we do a great summer activity for kids and we'd like $250, I think it would have been a no-brainer to say yes. It's just, that's not what the application said at all.
Well, could we, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So I was just making the point that, I mean, I think fixing on the $40,000 total global budget and then addressing line by line the applications we have today, I think we're in good shape. We'll have lots of little odds and ends that'll trickle in over the next 8 months that we can, and if one comes in from the boatyard, then we'll have the unallocated funding that we can address that down the road. Unless there's something time sensitive, then why don't we just try to plug the unallocated? I think it's up to about $4,000 now, Dylan, with those changes.
$47.50.
Yeah, $47.50, that's- And there'll be other, like, you know, the Legion will need money for Remembrance Day and the levy and.
Well, I should note that in
On,
the
right?
changes to the draft operating budget, we do have a change to the subsidy request from Home Bay United to consider as well. It's not reflected in the draft budget.
Okay.
You guys received by email this week.
I blissfully forgot about that email, but
It's,
yeah,
it's
you're right.
about, it's about the difference that we've got here and the grants budget came down. but-
Okay, so I'm okay with that approach, and I'll certainly suggest to them that they put pen to paper and come up with a rational request.
In the next couple of weeks.
And maybe emphasize the summer stuff they do for kids instead of this.
Yes.
Yeah, and I support Deputy Mayor Feeney's comments about having an ample cushion. Leaving,
Yeah,
yeah, so we're down to
Like-
we're at 4,000, 4250,
I think,
$47.50.
Yeah.
4750.
I think Councilor Paulson kind of setting the bar at 40, which there was consensus around the table to do that, fine. And then I think we've allocated out 35 of that, give or take. Great, and then there's 5,000 left over and,
And there may be a couple more specific changes to
That's
come
right.
this morning. I don't think Councilor
Yeah.
Carver had a comment.
no, fair enough.
Okay,
So no change on Heritage Boat Co-op at this time.
all right.
Sure.
Okay, so then we're moving down to communities in blue. And there's a.
So I think council's been clear by signing the town up and having a motion saying we remember and we need to then put our money where our mouth is. So I recommend we support the grant request.
Okay,
Uh,
that's
excuse me.
1,500. Yes, Councillor Carver.
I just want to put on the table a motion to increase that to $2,000. I'm speaking as the liaison with Communities in Bloom from council. And the reason being that I learned yesterday that the budget that we had put in had been submitted. Didn't include any money for accommodations for the judges because one of the committee members planned to accommodate the judges in their home. And that was all fine and approved by Communities in Bloom Canada. But yesterday we learned that the dates that the judges will come don't fit the availability of that home. Which means we have to find alternative arrangements for accommodations, which may include a financial obligation unless we can figure out something pro bono. So I will make a motion to increase that amount to $2,000, which was actually the amount we originally, that was originally discussed at the committee.
Second,
Second by Councillor Wilson.
And just for clarity, for everybody around the table, this year, this doesn't include the registration fees, those are town costs now. So
Okay.
this is just,
Yeah,
just for clarity, 'cause last year it did.
Was, okay.
Yeah.
Can I ask, oh, sorry, discussion?
Councillor Boone.
Yeah, sorry. Rather than going that route, since it wasn't in the original application, and we don't really know what the, what the outcome of
No,
this
we
change is
don't know.
gonna be, could we not just have that in our discretionary budget?
Yeah, I mean, to the discussion we just had, obviously, if they came back when they knew and they had a proposal, then we, council would have the unallocated funds, so that is another way you can handle it.
That's another way of approaching it.
But obviously, it's motion on the floor now, so.
like I'm okay, I'm certainly gonna support the motion, I'm under. So the town was held in high esteem based on the awards from 2024. I'm just wondering, are those awards, are they publicly displayed at anywhere, do you know, Pam? Like the-
Well, that's another whole other question,
Yeah.
whether the town, I mean, the town could use the Communities in Bloom logo and display them in various places. I mean, some towns do, some communities do,
Just taking us off.
on their own
the-
web, on their own
noticed that down
websites, or,
When I go to town.
Yeah.
the Communities in Bloom.
Yeah. I think Yarmouth features
Yeah.
that, their status really, strongly.
Mhm.
And there are people who do.
And I think Lunenburg got an
Oh,
award
yeah.
a long time ago, and I think they still have a Communities in Bloom logo somewhere.
Okay, so are we, so we're gonna go with the motion, okay, all those in favor signify aye. Opposed, the motion is carried. Okay,
Thank
thank you, we will go on to the Mahone Bay Founders Society, $500, agreed,
Yes.
agreed, okay. That's their home and garden. Then we move on to the Mahone Bay Founders Museum, $500, agreed?
Mhm.
Agreed. Mahone Bay Center Society, $1,000. Agreed, because we do have that subsidy program with them. Yeah,
What
okay.
what was specifically the $1,000 for? I've read the request and now I forgot. Why $1,000, just, it was,
Yeah,
was it for the shed or
I
something?
think it was year over year. I don't.
Oh, that's part of the year-over-year agreement?
Well, no, we haven't had that as all year over year agreement, but I think this is the same thing they applied for that was always last year, but let me double check.
Dylan, the motion was passed too.
Yeah, I figured it was, but yes, thank you.
can I just ask?
Yes,
Mahone Center, so that $1,000 is in addition to the $10,000 on the
Yeah.
other thing?
Yes.
Which is in addition to the $49,000 of forgiveness for the taxes.
That is correct.
Correct.
Yeah, and as well as the opportunity to avail of the heritage designation grant as well. So there's a few vehicles we use to support that chamber.
So, okay, so actually, this is a different thing than last year. So this is in relation to their anniversary celebration.
Right, that's what it is, yeah.
25th, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay. Okay, so we're agreed with that?
Yeah.
1,000, okay. Mahone Bay Music Association, did they get their application in, or are we?
Yes.
Yeah, and they always have, and they've been very consistent in requesting 4, and we've been very consistent in giving them 3.
Yeah,
I guess partially this is they're every year they talk about how they'd like to do more of a Canada Day, and this year we've fairly explicitly want to.
Mhm.
So I felt that this was us saying, go big for
Yeah.
Edgewater Canada Day opening
Yeah.
stuff, do more music. That
Yeah.
would be our strategic interest. I didn't mean to say it would always be 4,000, but to be fair, it would be hard to come back down because this is an annual thing that it's for free concerts for the public in our community.
And they also referred to increased costs as well, so that I found certainly just to support the 4,000, the chamber also suggested that
Yeah.
the music be featured during the opening, the day, if it's especially on the
Yes.
Canada Day opening.
Just to be clear, that this is the music program at the bandstand.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah.
Councillor Wilson, you had your hand? No, no more? Okay,
Uh,
agreed 4,000.
Mhm.
Society of Saint Vincent de Paul, there was a note in an email.
So I wanted to make a quick comment about this one as
Yeah.
well as several others here, like the Sexual Health Society, Second Story Women's Center. These were organizations that I considered to represent groups doing community work that is otherwise being cut back by the province. So we have not traditionally given as many grants in some of these areas as I've recommended. We do receive the requests, but where the grants budget was increased in order to pick up shortfalls, and these organizations essentially sub in for shortfalls in provincial supports, I felt that it was reasonable to use the additional allocation to support some of these requests. So that's what I did. I know we haven't before.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, I think there are a couple, I agree fundamentally with the things like Second Story Women's thing, because it's local and it has no real way of fundraising that is robust in any sense. But the St. Vincent de Paul Society, for example, and the Kidney Foundation is another one, have a national network of ways of raising money, everything from used clothing stores to you name it. And I don't think that we should be forcing our population to contribute to those kinds of organizations. They want to give them money, they write a check.
Councillor Buckland.
I agree.
As do I, Mayor.
Okay, Councillor.
Around St. Vincent de Paul, I agree, although I think I only cut in my own note, whereas 1,000 had been recommended, I just marked in 500 in recognition of the fact that they had identified numbers for from Mahone Bay who had received services. So that persuaded me.
Trying to find the numbers here so I could reference them, just because I wouldn't want people to.
It wasn't a huge number, but it was
You had it in an email.
proportionately, and I mean, I don't recall them having cited numbers in previous applications, but they did this time. But I totally agree with Councillor Wilson's referencing the national organizations.
Yeah.
Well, my mother will have a stern lecture for me about not supporting Catholic charities, but I do think that once you start, and I think traditionally, this is a tremendous organization, but I think we have to have a level of consistency from year to year. Like, we've received applications from that terrific organization for many, many years, and council's come, we've chosen to allocate funds, as Councillor Wilson said, to more kind of direct non-national organizations. And I do worry that if we start, then it'll be difficult to stop. So I'd support. I think Councillor Wilson and Alderman already made the point. So
This is the number. It says in 2025, 601 individuals were served in Lunenburg County, and the town of Mahone Bay, 5 adults and 1 child were assisted.
Yeah.
Obviously, they don't provide more information because it'd be easy to identify these people, but just so that you have that. And not as a counterpoint to the discussion. It's
Well,
felt its relevance, it's not everybody could access the package.
one thing I do, I agree with what you're saying about the national organizations, but like Councillor Carver, I do have to say, we in Mahone Bay have no shelter, we have no soup kitchen, we don't do services for people in, who are living, on the edges, and we do have a food bank, yes, which is a community food bank, but we don't offer many services here in town. So just even getting over there for support for someone is a challenge. And I know Bridgewater has become the hub for homelessness and people who are experiencing, challenges with food insecurity and whatnot. I would hate to see this cut completely. We've had a statistic, and not everyone does give all the information when they do go and apply for needs. I know there are people from our community, however, who do volunteer at some of these other facilities within Lunenburg County that give support to people who have needs. But I sort of agree with Councillor Carver with the 500, maybe reducing it to 500, but not eliminating this one completely. But
Yeah, I think, you know what, I think the conversation's not really about commentary about the benefits of the organization or the grant or the request. It's really a philosophical question about taxation at a global level, taking in the receipts and then distributing them in a way that, could be generally made by the individual, community member, of which they would get a charitable tax receipt, and which they don't necessarily get here. So I don't know. I'm a little bit worried about the precedent, but I'm certainly not willing to worry about it for the next hour.
no.
So at the end of the day, let's agree on what let's agree on what we agree on and move along. But
If you want to change it at all, somebody should either suggest removing it or putting 500 in and make a motion.
Councilor Carver, do you want that honor?
There was a motion and it was seconded.
Oh, there was?
Yeah,
No, I
you
don't
made
think-
the
No, I don't
motion.
think so.
No, and Brian seconded? No?
No, not about this one.
Oh,
He just suggested it. And
oh, okay.
Well, how
Agreed.
about, I'll do myself a favor and I'll move that we provide $500 to St. Vincent de Paul.
Yeah.
Barbara will be,
$1,000.
Barbara will be thrilled.
Someone call my mom right now. Tell her.
Okay, so calling for the question, all those in favor signify aye.
Mr. Rose, a second now.
Okay.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Opposed? One, okay, the motion is carried. Okay, thank you all.
Don't worry, Mayor, I love all the Protestant churches too. Don't worry. Just
Not as much.
equal opportunity.
Bless you. Okay, Mahone Bay United Soccer, 6,000?
So I'll clarify, they requested 16, but it was for two projects, a $6,000 project and a $10,000. The $6,000 project is the getting a different surface between the fence and the track surface toward where they keep the nets.
Uh-huh.
And they had wanted to replace that with gravel or pavement. The 10,000 was for the irrigation system. So I've recommended that we support the nets, but obviously based on council's previous discussion, not the irrigation system. And also I did note that we just received a top-up request to the already increased subsidy amount by email. So, there's, as noted about the Mahone Bay Center, there are other supports that the town is providing, obviously in a variety of ways to Mahone Bay United within this budget.
Okay,
So you're recommending 6,000.
I'm recommending we support the nets, the moving of the nets project, which, I think is, has its own merits and is a further improvement of our own facility that we own, so.
it's that is 6,000.
Yeah.
Correct. Okay, everyone good with that? Yes? Yeah? Am I hearing wrong? Councilor Copeland?
Do we have any updates on, there's an application for irrigation?
We don't have an update. I did talk with Tim recently, so I think he would have told me if they had received approval, so I thought.
So there's no point in approving something that hasn't been in place.
Well, it's true that without the provincial funding, our 10,000 wouldn't make a difference.
Yeah.
But that being said, with the provincial funding, they'd still like our 10,000.
So just cutting to the chase now, because I think we already made the point at the last meeting about the problems with the process. But nonetheless, they have the club does have a letter from town council supporting the project. So we're there. The real question is, we didn't think there was gonna be a request for funding, but there is one now. And I'm wondering, is there a correlation between the global provincial funding and our match to whatever percentage that
We did not
10,000
match.
is?
We-
No, I understand, Mayor, that
Okay.
we didn't think we were going to have to match. And we had a conversation about really not being enthusiastic about matching. But now we're in a situation where it looks like they either want that they need the match to secure the provincial funding. I'm just wondering very,
I
very
think-
specifically, do they need this $10,000 to unlock whatever the provincial grant is?
Yes, and they need $10,000. They don't need this $10,000. And one of the things we have to stress with Moby United is they have other revenue streams that raise funds. But at the end of the day, they would benefit obviously from funding from the town. They can divert the funding that they raise into their programming, which we don't provide them funding to support, right? We provide funding to support the field maintenance and the availability of the facility. And then they try to use their donations and other funds that they raise through program fees, whatever, to support programming. So in that sense, like they would surely succeed at raising and matching the provincial money necessary. But obviously that would divert funding from donations to that project as opposed to something that wasn't a facilities improvement project.
Did council in that initial request from the club for support, we never saw a traditional breakdown of, we have $100,000 irrigation project and we need, and all of the breakdown of the details, did we? I just
No.
can't recall.
We may have with this, that may have come in with.
Not
this
when we
application.
discussed
I mean,
it, we didn't, and we just felt we'd like to see how our climate change is going for a while before we invested in an irrigation system. That was what our conversation was about.
Look, I think council made the right decision at that moment in time based on the information that we had in front of us. But I think what we didn't know is we didn't know how mature the application was and how far along they were in the grant process and what the linkage is between the town's financial support and that grant. Like those are things that we were we just didn't have visibility on. I just wonder here before, I just don't want to make a hasty decision in the absence of knowing what the ramifications of saying no are. Although it grieves me that, we didn't have a little bit better, more transparent process at the front end, but
Well,
You know,
sometimes grants can be delayed a year or two when they're given out. You
Yeah, I
know?
mean, I guess one way to look at this is if it's not approved here and it's contingent on the province anyway, if they're experiencing a shortfall, I'm sure Tim and others are watching this, if they
Yeah.
get the provincial funding, they could come back for, more of a
Like-
Hail Mary request.
well, I think we're reasonable people and we just need to know the facts so that we can make an intelligent decision. It's not crystal clear to me that we have them all right now, but anyway, maybe it's worthwhile just moving on, but we do have the consensus around the 6,000
Yes.
now.
So we're all happy with the 6,000? Yes?
Right now.
Okay, great. All right, moving on. South Shore Sexual Health Society. No amount. Wait, T-ball
T-ball.
Legends, sorry.
Yeah, so there's a little concern with T-ball Legends, obviously, as there was last year. We gave them a grant. We said, if you can figure out a way to off this program, despite the fact that our ball field is currently not suitable. And they made arrangements to use Bayview, and then they were able to move back to the ball field later in the season because it did improve. That would be a similar caveat this time, and they've obviously expressed some upset about the fact that we had to close the ball field again. But I think they do understand that the grant would still be available to them. We're basically in the same situation we were in last year.
So where are they going to play?
Thank you.
Yeah, they did work out to use the school field.
Okay, right.
As an alternative. It's not as preferred, and so they did move back when our
Yeah.
field was in open.
A lot more
And it
deer.
was, and it was closed last year, why?
Grubs.
Crows and the raccoons after the.
Yeah,
turf.
unfortunately, we're looking at, to get it ready for the season at the time when we would open it for the season normally,
Yeah.
a really costly intervention.
Yeah.
Now, as the season goes on, the drought basically, resulted in
I'll come
not as
up-
positive conditions for
I'll
the
come up
grubs.
some morning on my morning walk and take you with me through the ballpark, okay?
So the drought is doing them a
Rub-
favor in
rub
that
that.
sense, because you can play ball on a dusty field much more easily than one churned up by animals, right? So
Yeah.
if we have another drought summer, the field will probably open without spending all that money. But right now, it would cost that much money to get things
It's not as bad as last year,
Okay.
so far this year.
Those
but
little guys.
Councillor
with
Wilson,
Can I move that we allocate $1,000 to the, what is it called?
Legends?
We don't have to, it's in there, because you can just,
Well, it says zero here.
No,
Oh, you've changed it, have
Yeah.
you? Okay,
Yeah.
so-
It's 1,000.
Okay, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I'm looking at an old.
It's
one.
to
sorry.
that.
that's
Okay,
fine.
great. So moving on now
the
to
printed one is.
South Shore Sexual Health, that is $1,000, agreed. That's one of the ones that the CAO had mentioned that he,
But no request.
No amount, I mean, so they basically said that they are experiencing budget shortfalls, obviously with cuts, they provided their budget, the $70,000 budget, they said any amount of money would be very helpful, we're asking all the municipal units, so. That's, you know, this is a
Mhm.
direct, like, a service that is being cut, and
Yeah.
so,
Provincial.
yeah.
yeah, and they've been partners with us with some of the,
And then come before, we said it was provincial downloading, and we didn't really feel like we could support them, but at the same time, that is why we were directed to increase the grants budget this
Yeah.
year.
and they partnered with us on a couple of events last year.
I will say I previously acknowledged some conflict because my sister worked for this organization, it doesn't anymore.
Can we
Yes,
find
Councillor
out
Carver?
what the other municipal units have contributed in the area that the sexual health services serve? Is that possible? In the next few
Yeah,
minutes.
I mean, yeah, we can't find out necessarily right now, I'm not sure.
I
what the
mean,
status of
Bridgewater's
budget
passed their
is.
budget.
So is Model.
And Model and Chester, I believe, has passed their budget.
Okay, let's, and Lunenburg, I think, did
That's-
too.
I'm just asking, I mean, it's very principled of us, but I think that I'd like us to recognize some proportionality compared to other units.
Yeah, I tried to keep some proportionality to other grant requests from similar organizations like Second Story and things like that,
Yeah.
but yeah, I don't know what.
I mean, it's tricky, but
Okay. So sure, so we're going to say yes to that, or okay,
what, we're saying set that to the
the
sexual,
$1,000, or are we waiting?
Oh, no,
for
I
a
was just-
report?
if there's information about the other municipal units, I'd like to hear that before we. I mean, so I'm not.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm not
well,
sure, I'll
we'll
be
move
able
on.
to track it down in the course of this morning.
No, okay,
We'll move on to South Shore Summer Theater and come back to that maybe. So South Shore Summer Theater, did they get a grant in this year? Cause last year they,
They did.
They did,
Yeah,
after the
space
fact.
at the Mahone Center and
Yeah,
for local
yeah,
yeah.
students. so I
Great.
think-
It just doesn't show here that they actually received
Yeah, they
it.
received $1,000 last year, not two.
I thought it was two.
I checked the GL
Just
yesterday,
1,000.
and it said 1,000.
And
But they
were,
did-
but they
yeah,
did.
really late.
That was the late one, so it
coming
would
in.
actually come out of the unallocated rate, which is why it didn't show up.
Well, no, they had applied,
Well, whatever happened, I think what we took it out of was the unallocated late, because we
Oh,
didn't have it. in
right,
place.
so they did receive it.
Correct.
And you're saying it was 1,000, not two,
Yes.
okay.
Okay, so it's okay this year.
Yes. We're good with that?
Yes.
Okay, Mahone Bay Tennis Club, 4,000.
So this is a specific project I guess I should comment on. So the tennis club has been in the process of replacing the lights, their facility. And they asked the town for assistance, and our equipment is not suitable to be able to do this. So we said, you know, we could tell you some contractors locally, and this is the quotation from a contractor that they would like to use. And we're simply not, our equipment cannot actually do this, so.
As I recall, this is moving to LED lighting,
So it'll be
From
reduced operating costs.
conventional, which would be a huge cost
I'll
saving.
tell you, because when we turn on the lights, that dial, it's
Yes,
like,
exactly.
Christmas vacation when you see that.
Now, of course, it's
We are
not to achieve that revenue, so we're cutting our own revenue with this.
I
Yeah.
know, but
That's fine.
it's a good thing, we're doing conservation by doing.
Yeah.
Just make sure Lauren puts that in one of her many lists of contributions. Green climate, right?
Yes, that's right, green initiative, great,
Every-
great thought
Come
there.
back as a 50
Okay,
grant three.
BIC, staff, running of service, that is 5,000, we talked about that,
So we've reduced it to 25, so we've already
Okay.
done that.
okay.
So the ferry houses is the
Okay.
next one, and that's renewal of like essentially the same thing we supported the previous year and asked for 2,000. I'm
Okay,
not sure how they're handling the changes in the route and everything, but I'm sure they will.
they're
figure it
planning
out.
on opening a Victoria Day weekend.
But they still don't have permission to cross the Quinlan anymore, so
No.
I know that's
No,
really
no,
changed.
They will change.
Unfortunately, it's a really wonderful experience that you could have.
Yeah. Let's go on to Kidney Foundation. We decided on 0,
Mhm.
right? As they're going to
They didn't
focus
apply
more
this.
local.
Yeah, so these were not, like, they're just in there because they were in there from the prior year, we rejected them, they didn't come back,
Okay.
so I think we've made the point.
The first responders,
That was
wellness,
a one-off.
yeah, it was probably a region, like a local. You
Yeah,
know
it was just
how
an event. that-
organizations come to different regions, and it was a one.
Similarly, the 55+ games, we didn't receive the request, that was.
Okay, Second Story Women's Center, 1,000.
So they did ask for 2, so this was kind of, in order to balance everything out, obviously this is a local organization supporting services for things that are otherwise not available from the province. It was a solid rationale to give them more money now that we have more unallocated funds, but that being said, I recommend the 1,000 in consideration of all the other worthy applicants.
Everyone good?
Yeah.
Okay, Hike Nova Scotia, no ask.
So the only other ask that's in here that we didn't support, or that I didn't recommend supporting, is Blue Nose Coastal Action, and I referenced the program they were looking for. It's just a very expensive program for a very small number of public participants.
Yeah,
And then the Navy branch one, we did also receive a request, and I wasn't,
the Navy League of
I
Canada.
just wanted to make sure we didn't skip those.
Oh.
That I'm recommending not supporting them, but it's not, they didn't apply.
That's the cadet program?
Yeah,
Okay. It's a good program, but I don't know if we have any, we used to have kids in it, but.
yeah, I mean, now that we've got 4,750 unallocated, so there is, if council wants to provide support to that program, you could suggest that.
Which program,
It's the cadet program.
but that's way down the list.
Well, yeah, because we're skipping these, we talked about,
There's no requests from a lot of these
Yeah.
parties.
No, but we skipped over Blue Nose
We did,
Coastal
yes, I
Action.
did, I said I
We
was
just talked
recommending,
about
it. If anybody wanted to jump in and recommend.
Oh,
something,
it moved so fast, I couldn't keep up.
well, he spoke about it before, earlier in the meeting,
Oh,
about
So
the
the
educational
application was
program.
for, they wanted $3,000 to run an educational program for 4 students, 2 from the
Right,
alternative school and 2 from Bayview. And it just seems to me that since we do still have $1,000 down here for Pro Kids, if a local student wants to participate in this program and is having financial difficulties with it, they could apply directly. It's unlikely any of the 4 students would even be in our community.
I can't remember the details of the application, but I can't remember whether it's a fee-based program or whether the $3,000 that they requested is for staffing and
Yeah.
supplies. It's not a fee-based program.
It would defray the cost of the program, so there'd be no participation costs. If we gave them $3,000, that would cover the 4 students' participation. The cost of the program is $3,000. There would not be fees for participation if we covered the cost of the
I
program.
see, well, there should be no fees for participation, therefore the Pro Kids program doesn't apply.
Unless they don't get funding and they want to offer the program on a different basis, is all I'm saying.
I'd like to see them receive some funding from us, because I think,
$750 a kid is all I'm trying to.
yeah, I read that part. It's part of fostering the community garden, that work, in terms of education. I'd like to see them receive at least $1,000. Do I have to make a motion for that?
Yes.
I will. I'd like to see the Blue Nose Coastal Action Foundation receive $1,000 towards their youth program, their spring youth
Okay.
program.
Is there a second for that motion?
It's for $1,000.
It's $4,000.
I can't.
4,000, I said 1,000.
I'm
What?
part
I
of
thought
the,
you said, what did you say?
I said
1,000?
1,000.
Yeah, that's what I said,
Yeah.
it's for
Oh,
$1,000.
okay.
You said 1,000 or more, which doesn't really work as a motion, so.
I said 1,000.
1,000. Is there a seconder for that motion?
So this
Okay.
this is a program run within Blue Nose Action.
It's what they're referring to as their youth engagement program.
Okay.
So Kevin, did you
Okay,
second?
Kevin seconded.
Sure, so we're in
Yeah.
discussion.
So, any?
So Kelly, you may not want to weigh in on the vote, but what do you know about the program? And
Well, I shouldn't weigh in at all, but
fair.
I did suggest to them that they come with a proposal to the town for some money for their education program, mostly because it's a very well-run program with a lot of participation. I don't know about this specific one, but they have a lot of people in their education program, and it's extraordinarily hard to get funding because it just falls between the cracks of a whole bunch of different things. So I was the one that instigated them to make the application, but I don't know the details of how they did it, and I'm not gonna.
That was quite helpful. Thanks, Kelly.
Are you still on the board?
I'm 3 weeks away from a retirement that started 5 years ago.
There you go. Okay.
Just picking up on Councillor Wilson's comments, I mean, it's an extraordinarily well-run organization, and they have done so well in collaboration with us around, the shoreline project and other things. I've been in correspondence with Jordan recently about some historic issues and documentation, which are so interesting, and she gets right back to me. I really like to support them with $1,000. I think it's a good program.
But I just want to quickly comment that not supporting this, the recommendation, has nothing to do with judging coastal elections
Yeah,
overall benefits to the community. I was simply looking at the cost benefit in terms of the number of student participants.
Yep.
And had it been written differently, I might have made a different recommendation.
Councillor Boone?
I just think that it's a recognized part of the community. And I think that and they've requested some money to kind of support. Like, I just feel that it's a goodwill gesture on our part to support it.
Councillor Pope?
No, I just look waiting for a vote.
Oh, just wait a minute, okay.
Mary, just for the record, it still leaves us at 3750
Okay.
in terms of an allocation.
And Mayor, just if we could make sure that in the note, in the budget document note, we very specifically indicate that it's for this particular program versus just a global grant for all of the good works they do. Just it's very targeted, I think is.
So in their application, they also note that, this will be, the town's contribution would potentially in defraying any participant fees.
Right.
So should we note that in the letter as well, that we expect this to defray participant fees?
I think clarity would be helpful here, because we hope to do many other projects with the organization, and
We are doing several
we are
projects.
doing lots of things. I think that this conversation is on this particular investment, and we can talk about other things we do with them down the road.
All right, ready?
Just for the CAO, was that part of their application in the text? And they said this will defray fees?
Yeah. That's why I referenced the Pro Kids thing, because
Yes,
if we didn't
okay,
defray the fees, they charge fees. and then they would
so
be-
I could reword the motion to include what Mr. Hyde suggested, to ensure the fees are defrayed.
Okay,
And maybe they've received support from MODL for this, in which case that would help defray non-town fees as well.
okay, ready for the question?
Mhm.
All those in favor signify aye. Opposed? And there's one abstention.
So that only leaves the Navy League's request for 1,000, which I was suggesting not to support, but we do have 3,750 unallocated. So last point for decision.
Well, I think.
Oh, wait, the Central Transition House was recommended to receive $1,000, so you could also.
Where's
consider
that?
increase that. I mean, I think we
That's
said
not
we-
in order.
At the very bottom.
I know, but we're skipping over the
Well,
Pro
the Pro
Kids.
Kids is just unallocated funds that we keep in our budget to subsidize participation in programs.
Okay, but it says $1,000.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to make the point that that is not an allocation that we're granting out. That's part of our money that we retain in-house to support program participants.
Okay,
I guess I just didn't want it to be understood as a
but it's part of
request.
the 40,000?
Yes.
Yeah, so we
Okay.
grant it to individual people who apply for financial
Okay.
aid. That's what we've been doing for previous years.
Okay, it's a little hard to get my head around that, but that's okay.
We have applications already. Here we go.
So nothing to them.
So I was only trying to emphasize that 1,000 wasn't an external grant request,
Yeah.
but it will be when people request it. It's
Yeah.
just the account for those requests.
Okay, so the Navy League of Canada,
We said no. Or they said,
we,
staff said no.
the CEO said there is money now that we could offer if we wanted to, and then the South Shore transition.
Seems to me we are losing a whole back at the moment. We should keep the whole back that we have.
Okay. So South Shore transition house, yes?
But as I pointed out in the email I sent, they literally asked for 50% of their budget, their full budget being 19.5. And their request asked for half of that, 50% of that. So I noted down in my own list, $500.
50% of 1,950 is not $500.
Oh, sorry, it was bad arithmetic.
So the 1,000
Whatever-
is half. The
whatever
1,000 is
half- whatever half of
There's a
1950 is.
$25 in their paper because we already said we like round numbers.
Right, $1,000, right, okay. That was my original go through, I think.
All right, so we're good with 1,000 for South Shore.
But wait, are they asking anybody else except us to fund that complete
Amount?
amount? It's being, the event, and it's a specific event, a budget for a specific event, not for the
Operation?
transition house itself, services.
Yeah, and they did say that they would appreciate the full amount, but half of it would be also very much appreciated. I'm trying to find if they specified that.
It's under, in Penny's. Welcome 50% of the proposed budget if the selection committee is unable to do the full request. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just trying to locate whether they
What is
specified
the
that it
event?
requested from other parties.
Or
What is the reason?
where, what, oh, the event, the
Yeah.
event is the Listen
Oh, okay.
event program.
Okay,
And
I know
I'm,
which one you mean.
yeah, so I'm pretty certain that the application was for this specific event.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
that the $1,900 was for that
The
specific,
full cost of the event.
the full cost of the event.
Yeah,
So-
so they don't note having requested anything from other parties in this, like, presumably they could, but it
Yeah.
doesn't specifically
And,
note.
and to your point that you had made earlier, about who's benefits from it,
Mhm.
this will definitely not be just Mahone Bay residents.
Yeah, it's located here, but it would certainly
Yeah,
not be.
Right, and the funds would only be for that program. It's not going to the Harbor House services itself. So I think that's why I marked in $500 in my own little notes here, but
are we good with the 1,000? Or do we wanna go, yes, or do we
Wanna
wanna go
move
to 500?
500. How much have we given them other years?
We
Yeah,
haven't.
we haven't, so, the 500 recognizes some of the costs of the specific event, some of the costs. But I suppose 1,000 would too. Yeah,
And so if we leave it as is, just so that we're, we have 3,750 in the grants late unallocated, and it was at 3. So you guys have
Okay.
shifted things around and gained $750 for late applications.
okay, so if you leave it at 1,000, then half of that goes to the services and half goes to the.
No, the event is
Yeah,
1,950.
yeah,
Are we,
Half of the event is 1,000.
I know,
Are we-
I'm still struggling with the idea that we're covering the whole 100% of the cost for that program.
It's a $2,000 cost and we're only gonna
Why
pay.
can't I get my head?
I don't know.
so are we agreed on the $1,000? Yes, okay. So we have just completed,
Yes.
Can I just make the point, your worship, that
yes,
once again, for I don't know how many years in a row, we spent 10% of our
Yeah.
budgeted time talking about 1% of our budget.
Sure.
I was sleeping.
I mean, an hour for the grants isn't that bad, but it's a very disproportionate amount.
I know.
It's a ritual, right?
Because
I mean,
we
it's a
care
ritual.
about our
Even though I tried to
community,
give them-
Counselor Wilson, we really care for our
It's an hour and
community.
a half.
That's why it's such a
And
difficult
so what's our cushion now?
one.
3750, so we gained 750 unallocated in the course.
Okay, well, thank you all for the,
I think we've done a motion in the past to approve the other ones as they appear here.
okay, so I,
I wouldn't, like, we would.
No motion to allocate the rest of this.
I just
We
want to
have-
see
no,
budgets approved.
Yeah, I wouldn't,
Okay.
they changed,
Well, really-
yeah, they changed the budget presented by staff by motion, but they don't need to approve it until we approve the whole budget.
I hate.
Oh, the reason we did that, Kelly, was to pay them out early. So if council wants to pay them out early, because these groups are love to get this money, you could do a motion to lock it in now, so we don't have to wait till May 12th when the budget approval would happen. That's why we did it. That's why we did it. Yeah, because some of the groups have indicated, obviously, they would love to get this money sooner, but I'm not sure. It's your call. Yeah, thank you, Kelly. That is why.
I think one event on here is next week.
I mean, they know the money was coming, so,
Yeah.
you know, it's not,
Yeah.
but, yeah.
Okay,
I hate to be devil's advocate here as well, but wasn't there one that we were gonna come back to? And I can't remember which one it was.
I think it was the tourism, the VIC, wasn't it?
No, we were going to come back to whether other municipal units had, I
Oh,
mean, I didn't necessarily think I'd be able to find it for the sexual health request.
right,
So we left it as is, and it's in there
Okay.
as is.
I checked Bridgewater and they don't list the grants in their budget.
MOD doesn't either, so.
No.
They just list the total.
Yeah.
you'll have to find a friendly counselor and have that conversation
Yeah.
with that person.
I'm good with keeping it as is.
Okay. All right,
So do we want to do a motion to lock in and pay out these grants before waiting until the whole budget's approved? or do we-
Sure. Sure,
I'll make that motion.
okay,
Second.
okay. Motion by Counselor Wilson, second by Counselor Palfreyman. All those in favor
Did you
signify
want to know the
aye.
numbers?
I mean, Kelly can just
No,
make the motion look appropriate,
What is the
right?
total for you?
total?
The total's 40 with the leftover allocations.
So last time around, Kelly listed out like in the
Okay.
minutes,
Yeah,
but
Yeah.
we've just gone
Okay,
down
let's
through
do
it, I
them,
mean,
yeah.
you don't have to read them all out. It's
In minutes,
really
okay.
quantity.
No, I don't mean the individual numbers, I meant the totals,
total.
just the totals.
I mean, the details will be in the circular.
Yeah, we left unallocated, including the pro kids, $4,750, so we just allocated $35,050. That's the total. So they'll all be detailed.
35, I thought 37.
All those in favor signify aye. Opposed, the motion is carried. Thank you. Now, do we need to stretch our legs a little bit before we move on? Get
Yeah, we're
coffee?
gonna do that next, but we can,
I-
sorry, Ashley was just wanted to.
Oh,
That's
Just wanted to make sure we didn't forget about the subsidies, which is,
And we want to briefly present the small changes we made to get here last
Okay.
week, but you can take the break
Sure.
first, we'll do that.
Okay,
That
so
sounds
we're
good.
going to take a short recess and we will be back in a moment. Okay, welcome back, everybody. I'm going to turn it over to our finance manager for discussion of the budget.
Thank you very much. So just sort of reviewing what we've discussed over the last, I guess, 2 budget meetings, as well as all the thoughts, ideas, and recommendations. So there was a couple amended items. There's not a lot, so I'm just gonna go through it briefly so that we can move on to subsidies and, most importantly, capital assets. There wasn't a lot of room in the expense side to reduce the expenses. What we had proposed really was as tight as we felt, for the most part, as they could get. We also had to accommodate for an increase in the grants budget. So what we did is, as you know, I'm fairly conservative on the revenue side when we estimate the revenue. So we did take another look at the revenue side to see where we could increase that. I probably was being a little too conservative on it and try to balance out the budget in that way. So everything that we changed makes sense in the sense that for the last couple of years, it's trending upward. So nothing was changed just to make it balance. It was, I looked at the prior years and exactly what we received or what the trend is over the last couple of years. So I just wanted to briefly mention a couple.
The net impact of the changes from last week was about $42,000 negative. So in order to address that, we did $13,000 of reassessed additional revenue and $30,000 of offsetting cuts or reserve transfers. $5,000 represented a change to the capital reserve transfer because I had actually shorted the item that the transfer was to cover. We were bringing less money from reserve to cover the item than the item was costing. So that was a $5,000 change in the reserve level. The remaining $25,000 was achieved through cuts to various areas, which wasn't easy, but we did do that.
Like operating line item budget
Yeah,
cut.
I mean, cut professional development budgets for staff, which I always hate to do, but
Yeah.
we'll keep those costs under control and we, made some changes like that.
But what we typically don't do is change the revenue, which is why I wanted to kind of point this
Yeah.
out. It's more on the expense side. So we did increase the utility contribution. So if you go to the revenue tab, and this isn't necessary, I can just explain it to you guys. There's only a couple. Utility contribution to town overhead. We increased that to 62.2, which does tie now to prior year's contribution. So okay with that
I
change.
think that was more of an error.
I think that was, yeah, that was, I
Because
think
it
that
didn't
was,
tie to the utility costs, so it was
Yeah.
like, why shouldn't it at least match the
Yeah.
cost?
So that you're just reallocating operating expense between the three.
Which we had already done, it's not a change from prior year, we're not changing the formula.
it just
or
didn't
anything.
match. It
It
should
just-
net
just
out
fixed the-
on both
fixed the
sides,
net
yeah.
ahead,
Okay,
And it resulted in a positive $6,000 for the operating budget.
for town general.
So it was good, yeah.
At the expense of.
But, well, it was already in the utility side, so we didn't have to
Oh.
increase that side, we just fixed the.
But the sum of the utilities should equal the
Yeah.
revenue side, and it was off, so
Okay.
we just did, so
Well, that's a happy white rabbit, as we say.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. It's
exactly,
like that.
exactly. Licenses and permits, we bumped up the budget to 22,500.
What page are we on now?
The revenue page, I don't have it's one of the first pages on the thing, and I think somebody else.
Would it make sense to share the screen or?
I could do that while you're talking. if
But-
you want, actually.
Because, I had a question about the subsidies. Just we had talked on that page about, adding a note about in kind.
Yeah,
so
we're gonna
this
get
is-
to the subsidies after.
Oh, okay, I thought we had already talked about that, okay.
Nope. Almost
We're
there.
just plugging the operating deficit.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just trying to show you exactly the couple changes that we made, just so that, and then we can move on to the subsidies.
And so, for the screen, since we weren't following along, I think you wanted to be on revenue for licenses and permits. right?
Yeah, so we
Thank you
increased
for
it to
that.
22,500.
Hard to see, but.
Fines, we increased it to 4,000. It was 4,000 last year.
So if you look at those, I mean, you can see where we've been consistent in the estimation. We haven't come to that last year. The year before, we were much closer. Last year may have been an aberrant year. Actually, as you said, is always conservative. She likes to knock those numbers down, but we're really just leaving them at the previous year's projected totals. And I don't think it's a totally unrealistic thing.
Yeah, when you're looking at a $40,000 difference in the total scheme of things, whether we move revenue up or a combination of revenue and expenses adjustments, it's a
Page are we
fairly.
on?
I'm on this large screen, so.
Yeah, page 16 of the new.
1.5,
16,
1.6.
1.6?
1.6.
Okay.
One-
So I think that's about it for the revenue.
Yeah, those are the only changes to revenue. Like I said, we
Kept being
found
transferred.
$25,000 of costs, but I won't go through every little spot. It was professional development budgets, things like that, stuff that is discretionary that we can
Yeah,
actually,
500
we
here.
should actually tighten our belts. I don't even tighten them anymore, really.
What
but-
reserve did you take? You
So
said-
there was an item for the capital reserve to contribute to, it's contributing to the tree planting project. So this is what we noted last year was that because the trees are not individually meeting our capitalization threshold, but overall, they are an asset that we are purchasing and we will have. We were funding our contribution to that tree planting project, which is about a quarter of the overall budget out of capital res. And I just went back and verified that I hadn't actually had the matching costs and capital reserve transfer. We were transferring $5,000 less than the estimated cost. That really wasn't on purpose. It was just last year's budget to this year's budget. So I added a $5,000 to the reserve transfer, which still is just proportionate to the cost of the tree planting program. And not adding trees as capital assets does strike me as like it's kind of a weird call because obviously in their combined they are, but they're also individual assets that cost less than $2,500.
Are you able to replicate the weeping birch that's no longer at the waterfront? And there was a not magnolia, but,
I know Lauren has an interesting collection of trees going in various places, but I'm not sure about all the species types.
okay.
We know
There's,
that.
there's a grief group for that tree in town,
Was it green?
unofficial one. Yes.
Yeah, I know there were a lot of mixed feelings from landscaping groups about whether it was a benefit or a loss, but
Mayor, just two quick questions. Does this new budget view include the increase for the operating expenses for the washroom for the full year?
yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, that was a lot of the corrections were those things. The cemetery transfer needed to be fixed, and we needed to find another couple $1,000s for cemetery maintenance because that wasn't mapping properly, and the washrooms
And-
costs were underestimated.
and what, and maybe, can we just, at some point, just kind of illuminate exactly what that operating expense for the washrooms are? Because I think must be a pretty healthy number now that you've made these.
Yeah, we're
changes.
back up over 50,000 now, just for the operating.
Okay, and your D-transfer tax is still 175?
Yes,
Yeah, we did.
I didn't change that one.
Okay.
Always
Close
tempting,
to
we
my
didn't,
heart.
we didn't
Yeah, I
don't
know.
touch it.
Oh, no.
We would definitely tell you if we were gonna touch that.
Yeah.
Which will, and if there is a favorable variance, which I think everyone around the table know, we did 390 this year, or 390 for the.
I think it's an
last year.
intentional underestimation at this point.
It's
Yeah.
just that, like, where does the positive variance go?
To capital res.
It goes to, right, and then, okay, fair
And
enough.
actually, this change actually resulted in an extra $6,000 projected surplus on the line for last year's actual. So we will net that out because that would go to capital res, because that would be attributable to the transfer over payment. So in the final assessment, any surplus from last year is attributable to the transfer tax overage. It will go to capital res. Yeah.
Beyond the 100,000 transfer out top.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it all goes there and then we transfer that out, but that's not the fixed amount out. Yeah.
Okay, well, I hope people sell.
I'll
We
move.
love new people, new people come to town, buy things,
Come see us.
please.
I think
Okay,
that's about it.
okay, that's
Oh, we
great.
wanted to talk about the change in the presentation of the,
Oh,
Solar
cemetery,
garden.
or solar garden, sorry. Yeah, so, there has been one update on the solar garden, so that is, I'm not sure what page that is, that's towards the end of the file, let me just see if I can find it real quick for y'all. So, when I was putting this together, I was trying to
63.
63, there we
I'll
go,
put it
thank
up
you.
on the
Yep,
screen.
thank you. So I was trying to figure out, I had financing cost, interest, and principal. The principal was bothering me, that's not really an option. And after some discussion, we decided to put in the amortization instead, which is a much more realistic cost. So instead of the, I think we had I forget what we had before, but we now have about a $40,000 in the plus.
So,
So this, NSPI average cost you highlighted at the top, that
Yeah,
changes.
and
well.
that changes well from
That's
about
two
one
things,
ten
right?
to one
That's a reflection
sixteen.
of some of the extraneous costs that weren't fully costing the previous version. But also, I believe this is post NSPI's recent rate increase.
So this is off of Ray's,
From
Slideshow.
April 1st.
from, yeah,
Okay.
when he was
So
there.
actually, then this is 5% less good than the final numbers once
Yeah.
NSPI's rate increase goes through.
So, yeah, so I
Council,
think it was 110, now it's 116, so you'll notice that the revenue side has gone up as well.
But it's actually now it's 120 or something.
Yeah,
Council Kaufman?
Yeah, we may have covered this last week. It's just odd on the expense side, and I need reminding. Why are sheep costing us $12,500?
they're
So
expensive.
the sheep are contractors, they're our vegetation contractors, so they visit every couple of weeks throughout the summer to mow the grass at the facility.
Mowing.
We aren't netting out against feed from.
Well, this is the cost to have the farmer bring the sheep and oversee their work, and yeah. So we compared it to the cost of human maintenance, and it's about a third of the cost of having humans perform it.
Okay.
And it's way more fun.
There's no minimum wage for sheep.
That
so it's
makes
super
much better
cheap.
photographs.
It's just like being at Bimmy Ridge, because that's how they mow the lawns there.
so the question does arise, though, what have we done, because that is not zoned for agriculture?
Yes, we've cleared it, we have cleared it, we have had these discussions with Heather, so if it comes to PAC and that long list of amendments, I don't think an amendment was required.
Okay.
So, pardon me, Brian, so cutting to the chase, this is a different version of this. This is, I think, this would colloquially be, or use it as an actual net income version versus the old version was more of a cash flow version.
That's right.
And so you're replacing the principal payment and the interest with just your amortization to give a more of a net income view.
So I still have the interest in here.
Yeah, we
Oh,
did.
yeah, you've got your interest
Got
in here,
the
but
interest, it's just
But the
the,
resulting value of the facility to the town at the end of the
Yeah.
payments is now simply reflected.
so just to be clear on that point, so this is a net income view, not a cash flow.
Correct.
Yes, and the cash flow view would still kind of mirror the view that you showed last week.
yeah, exactly.
Okay, and the
Exactly.
revenue
Well, the
stream,
expense,
Except for the revenue
Yeah,
stream
yeah,
would have
yeah.
been larger, because I had one.
the revenue. stream.
but I'm just cognizant of the way we communicate
Yes,
the economics of the
very
solar
good
garden.
Especially since we had a public report to council back in March of what's the difference.
Right. So, and then the revenue, we're basically saying is really opportunity cost of saying this revenue stream is toggling off of the alternative coming from NSPI, which is what's flowed through to the regulator based on the last ruling.
And that's where I noted that this doesn't include.
The
This
the
is
step.
pre the decision that was just made by the regulator for the further increase. So this numbers for this fiscal will actually be better. The avoided costs will be higher by that percent.
And one final question, just actually, that amortization is based on what kind of life curve? Is that a 15-year
It's
life?
based on Fram, I can't, let me
We
just,
went over 20.
is it over 20? We're just, the debenture I'm just putting
No,
in,
but
it's
We had
No,
it,
not the part,
Oh, okay.
just,
like
we
Fram.
can take this offline, but this amortization, I'm assuming, is based on the asset
Yes,
classes,
yeah.
not the debt.
The
not the
tangible
loan.
asset, no,
No.
it's,
The life
it's
curve.
based on Fram.
Yeah, okay.
yeah,
so
so Fran was 20 to 25, and so I guess we picked 20 for the grant, because they also have, the ventures have to be based on grant too.
Yeah,
But you sometimes get a range. So
but
we
the
went with
TCA
20.
sometimes
Berwick went with
is,
25, we went with 20. So I don't know if for the TCA, we consistently went with 20 or we went with 25.
Okay,
Okay, Councillor Carver and then Councillor Wilson.
Just a small suggestion, under the expenses, the sheep, could you put in brackets mowing? Or mowing services.
vegetation management.
Vegetation
it's the,
management.
The
salad brewing.
utility.
Councillor Wilson.
Just, do we have at hand the total for the megawatt hours produced? Which would then give us the cost per megawatt hour?
I
Well, the
don't,
cost is up at the top there, right? That, isn't that what you use?
the 116
So
spot
you multiply it
36.
by- Yes.
Well, 103 is the NSPI cost. I'm just wondering how much it costs per megawatt hour for the power that comes off that.
Megawatt.
Oh, I see what you're trying to do.
Production.
Okay, yeah. That's what
Yeah.
You're trying to divide the expense by the kilowatt hour.
Yeah.
So you just need a column total. We can do that.
I need a calculator, but I don't.
Kelly's gonna add all 12 of them. You can add a column total there, that's all we need.
So, 1951 spot 84. Is that what you're looking for, the total kilowatt hours?
Yeah, for the year,
1951 spot 84.
19, so a little less than 2,000.
Yeah.
So when you divide that into the expenses, what's that give you? 19.
I assume you're doing it, I'm not gonna try to do it at the same time, actually, here.
I'm watching.
9608.
96?
9608.
Okay, so 96, we're getting our power from the solar garden for $96 a megawatt hour versus our Eller's House at 104, let's say, and NSPI at 101 plus all the other charges.
Yeah.
they get.
Which will be like 120,
116 is what you're using. for here.
116, but
Yeah.
then whatever it is.
So that's a good way to look at it.
So it's a good bargain.
Yeah.
That's what I'm-
That's
And
a
it's
great question.
delivered because it's behind the meter for us, we don't pay any extra transmission costs.
Well, and it's hedged.
Counselor Boone.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at the monthly kilowatt hours. And obviously, in the winter months, the amount of energy produced goes down fairly significantly. So, and then in the summer months are your peak output, if you will. My question is, and again, without understanding the full logistics of it, what are the pieces that we do to kind of really ensure the maintenance of this to ensure like the maximum output for these?
Yeah, I mean, we've had a lot of discussion about if increasing maintenance activities could improve the output. And at
Yeah.
this point, it doesn't appear that that makes a lot of sense. So really all we're doing right now is regular checks, like with our own staff, and then once a year with an outside contractor. There are some scheduled components that have lifespans that require changing out within the lifespan of the overall facility, but we're not hitting those yet, 'cause we're only 2 years in. And so it's really been pretty much just checking on things at this point.
Right.
The
Yeah.
panels do pick up snow though.
Okay.
Yeah, so we've looked at cost benefit, like, what if you tried to actually get in and clear snow?
Yeah.
It's not, that you'd lose money, it wouldn't be
Yeah.
worth it. The change of production, you could increase possibly a little bit, you could maybe squeeze 20% on the December number, or, January, February numbers. And at the cost of having people come in and perform that maintenance and the potential for damaging the equipment, it's just not worth it.
Right, and I guess you're getting these numbers as well monthly, so they're coming in fairly quickly. If you saw any significant reduction, you'd
Yeah.
also be able to.
Yeah, and
Yes,
and particularly like what has happened unfortunately with some of our fellow municipal solar facilities is issues with the inverters that prevent the energy from actually being put onto the grid. So like the panels are working, but the energy's not coming through.
Yeah.
It's just system components like that are really worth keeping a very close eye on. And we do have a contract for a company to come in and service them. Things that are under warranty, obviously part of Berwick's problem was they wanted to get a full replacement of a failing asset. So they had to wait a considerable length of time for that to be received under warranty. But generally speaking, we do keep a close eye. If we're not at our targets, we'll see within a month, we'll be getting them in to adjust whatever system component turns out to have failed.
Right,
And it hasn't happened with us yet, so.
so that production went down pretty significant in December. And like, or whatever, that output went down pretty significantly. That probably meant that we had significant snow, or what would?
Yeah, it's been interesting. We've kind of tried to go through like week by week with
Darkest
the
month.
forecast, how it works
Yeah,
out, but
this month,
it
yeah,
does
fair
seem
enough.
to just be light levels more so than precipitation.
Got it, yeah, okay, thank you.
And I mean, these are expected to be low months as well. Like they're not
Yeah.
below the expectations by all that much. It's just.
Counselor Poplar.
Yeah, just clarification, did I hear that Ella House produces at 104 kilowatt per hour and NSP is 101?
That was Kelly who made that. I don't
Yeah.
think that was the number, but.
Yeah.
So it's cost us more to get power from Ella House than it does from NSP.
Well, NSPI delivered is 116.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a lot of other charges in there for NSPI. And there are other charges for Eller's House as well, the transmission, UVA, I don't think.
So it's not apples and oranges.
Yeah.
And what was the solar farm?
96.
96.
And that, as was pointed out by Joe, is pretty much a fixed product.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, so there's financing charges that will evolve over time because of the way the Municipal Finance Corp has that debt. So, that $85,000 in interest will trend moderately higher, although on a lower and lower and lower principal over time. So, I mean, I think this is a good first year of this illustration. I think being to illustrate this information annually now will be very helpful to have the historical benchmarks to talk about. We're also, remember, we're not taking any allocation of overhead from the electrical utility here. And anyway, well, this is a reasonable story considering the other tangential benefits we're enjoying from it.
Well, and I mean, I don't, mean to kind of gloat, but I do believe that our economics on this project were quite a bit better than any of the other solar gardens in the province.
It really helped to be first. I mean, the timing really mattered in this case, right?
Yeah, well, certainly with like imported panels from Korea and all that stuff, there was a lot of moving pieces, and we got
Yeah.
fairly lucky on most of them.
Any more discussion before we move on?
Um,
Oh, Councilor Booth?
So just out of what you said, are other municipalities now taking on these kind of projects?
So our fellow municipal electric utilities in Berwick and Antigonish ran
Yeah.
these projects parallel with us, as Joe pointed out.
Right.
Ours was the first one to come online. So those are the municipally owned solar facilities. There are some community owned facilities, and Nupswitch Power is one in Amherst. And now there's a whole raft of potential solar generating assets come online because they're renewable to retail tariff, but we don't really know what the economics will look like with those.
But Bridgewater declined, or
Decline.
municipalities, sorry.
Oh, on
Oh, yeah.
the private one that would have gone on the Mullock Road side, yeah.
Well, do the math on this at triple the cost or double,
I think it's
without subsidies.
Yeah, this facility was 73% subsidized by external funds, so obviously if it was 100%.
On no small
it would
land.
have been impossible to pull off a profitable operation relative to other sources.
Okay. All right,
So then the subsidies, last touch on before we move on capital.
okay.
I don't mean to prompt anyone to disagree with giving everybody everything they asked for, but I will remind you that that is in fact the premise of the operating budget, is that we received requests from the School Society and a further proposal with respect to the fees from staff, and we received requests from Monday United. Those were reflected as received in the operating budget, so we're balanced with those in. Mahoma United has a further correction, underestimation of their costs. You received an email from me about yesterday. So they are actually asking for a little bit more subsidy here, which, I'm confident I can somehow balance the budget that council wants to include, although if you want to find an offsetting cost reduction, feel free. Other than that, it would be up to anyone on council to propose not granting the subsidy request that we've included in the budget, so. Just want to make sure we're good on confirming that, and then we could even take a motion on subsidies to pay them out, because I know that these groups are also eagerly awaiting decisions, but we don't have to.
Is that page 67?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, it is, page 67. And we upped, didn't we?
We did increase the regional ladder
Yeah.
from 78 to 10. We had a motion on
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, and you changed that, right? You would say it.
So, yes, you would have received this
Yeah.
email yesterday.
Yes, I saw that, yeah.
Yeah, so the substance of the request for the home Bay United is a couple $1,000.
I think it'd be a total.
Yeah,
Mayor?
I didn't know
Yes,
it might be,
Councillor.
it might be Dave Chairperson.
Councilor Carver?
So I have a note beside the last version of the subsidies for the soccer. So it was listed as 27.5 then, and it still is. But my note from the last time says increase it by 6,500. Does anybody remember that?
The 6,000 could relate to the grant that we've approved of $6,000, but that's just a guess. I don't believe there was any previous request to increase the subsidy. The materiality of the request that we got yesterday is 3,000.
Nobody else remembers that? That
No, I just
6,500.
have up 10,000 with the library,
Yep,
and then, I also have to put in-kind training on staff and
Yes, I put the town
under the
provides,
swimming pool.
yeah, the
right?
way set up, maintain and close the.
Yeah,
pool.
yeah.
Do a visual.
Okay, but I didn't have that, but I think it is
Mhm.
what we talked about with the grant. That, with that 6,000 came from.
So the 3,000 new request from Home Bay United is not in here. Everything else we receive requests for is currently in here.
So Mayor,
Yeah.
just a couple thoughts, but so we have a really tight operating budget now, and as you all know, like the operating reserve is almost completely extinguished. It seems in the absence of a rate increase, which I think we're all trying to avoid, the fiscal capacity is really gonna come from the capital side. And so I wonder about, given the context of our, I think, fairly conservative de-transfer tax assumptions, I think it would be easier for the town to facilitate financial support to the club via simply supporting the $10,000 grant via capital reserve drawdown incremental and leaving the operating expense as presented in Ashley's original table. But I just wonder about adding any more overhead to the operating budget, knowing how tight the operating budgets are. And if we were going to try to make them whole per se for this oversight on the HSD, I think maybe we would be better off doing that by the capital grant from a funding mechanism. Anyway, that's just off the wall. I'm not sure, Dylan, what your thoughts about
The
that
challenge
are,
of that, I guess, is like, you know, this is the basis of a new 5-year agreement that we're hammering out. So, you know, they've given 5 years of requests and, you know, they're all basically all up by $3,000 because this is they're applied all 5 years. So, you know, I take your point of it this year, but I'm not sure if that is, the only way I would say that kind of makes sense logically over 5 years is they've noted they hope to obtain charitable status, and so this HSD issue may not persist through the 5 years.
Councillor Paul.
Yeah, again, out of some ignorance in how this all comes together, we have a operating budget and we have a capital budget.
Yeah.
And I don't know how the two come together.
different revenue streams,
So,
right?
yeah, the
Well,
capital
yes, but
budget
at
does
some
map.
point they have to.
The capital
with
budget
the
does map
revenues that we
into the
have.
operating budget, so it's really the status of funds where you see the cost of all the capital projects being reflected into the operating budget. We can go over that when we get to the capital, but it's the status of funds maps the cost of all the capital through to the various reserves that are being allocated, and then the income to those reserves from the operating budget is also mapped on that same page. So that's where you see the interaction of the two budgets.
But
And then
to
the
the-
capital allocation.
But to
reflects
to
that.
the extent that capital projects can be cut back, if you will, that adds directly to reserve building capacity.
Yeah, it adds to reserve levels. It won't impact the operating budget. It will impact the resulting.
Okay.
Is there a place where that's reflected, what you just said?
Yeah.
On this, or the operating?
It should be called status of
Status of
funds.
funds.
It's kind of, you know, Ashley and mine and I think Joe's favorite sheet, but I couldn't tell you what the number of it is here. So that's page 5.
And first couple
Yeah,
slides.
page 4 and 5, but particularly the bottom of page 5.
We are structurally adding a lot of non-core operating expense. Right, like we're adding,
Oh, yeah. like
we're adding,
grants and subsidies.
we're adding a lot of structural operating expenses without touching the funding sources to fund.
So
them.
for people who, you know, if you look up on the screen here, this is page 5, but just to this point, because it's gonna be key to the discussion we're about to have about the capital. The estimated expenses here, this column, can't highlight properly, this column, estimated expenses 26, 27, totaling 1.46 million. That is essentially mapped from the capital. So almost all of the costs and estimated expenses here, not absolutely all of them, but almost all of them, are costs that are detailed in the capital budget. And then the income streams here are coming from monies that the town traditionally allocates from the operating budget to fund these reserves. So those income streams, and then if you want to look at the capital allocation note, it'll say, well, the reason this is mapping through is because it comes from infrastructure charges, gas tax, area dividend, if we had any, and the deed transfer tax. So, you know, it's going through the operating budget and it's going into the reserves, and then it's coming out of the reserves as expenses. And there's a couple of exceptions to those expenses being capital that are noted in the operating budget. The vast majority of them are capital.
Yeah, so we're gonna book around, I don't know what the number is now,
So
must
we'd be
be,
putting in 862,
900
we'd be
grand.
taking out 1.4, so like
Yeah.
the net impact of that is $600,000 less in reserve to fund all the various projects and initiatives that we funded. And if you push them off to further years or reject them in the discussion we're going to have, then you have more money left in reserve at the end of the day relative to it.
And the council always does, like the final version of the budget does end up being a lot less of an impact on reserves because we invariably do not proceed with every capital project that we're going to review.
So like, you know, you look at you look at the funding sources for where the money is coming for this whole basket of capital investments, not a nickel of it is coming from the $1.11.
Yeah, so
It's
if it's
100,
helpful, like
right?
this year.
So I think it's really important to know that when we're, you know, our funding of all the capital is coming from transfer tax, infrastructure tax, stormwater tax, gas tax, or whatever we call gas tax now.
Yeah, community.
Notionally it come from an area dividend if the dividend never comes, and maybe next year one will come, or the year after that, or the year after that. We'll see. But I think Dylan is just cutting to the chase of that story. Like the reason we're able to draw out that 1.2 million or 1.3 million is because the gas tax reserve we haven't really touched in 5 years.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
we're
I
taking-
mean, we
we've
continue to push off projects or get halfway through projects and then the reserve balance is higher than we thought and, you know, so there is a constant sort of movement back and forth here.
Yeah.
And it's worth noting that the gas tax monies are not all in the bank, but they're all committed.
Fair. And, you know, you know, I think everybody's feeling a lot better knowing that we're gonna have the audit in 3 or 4 weeks, or the 25 audit, which will put us in good stead. Look, I'm not losing as much sleep, and I think I'm pretty comfortable with the capital program and the funding sources. My concern is the operating budget isn't sufficiently funded. And we by hook and crook over the last few years, we've added structurally hundreds of thousands of dollars to the operating budget, funding things that if push came to shove, we wouldn't think are really mission critical core town services. They're community driven initiatives, which I think are great, and I support all of them, but they're not keeping the lights on per se. So at the same time, we're beyond blowing through the entire operating budget and all of the taxes we're receiving from the 111 and the 312. We're also now we're still drawing 100,000 out of the capital sources. And so,
Yeah, and this is the,
Right?
I think the table.
yeah, the 702.
So we got a 702 is what we would normally dedicate out of the operating revenues.
Into reserve.
Specifically for capital. And while it's for capital, we do
Yeah.
current year capital, we don't actually put into the reserve, we just net it out, but it's all going to capital.
Yeah.
And now we've allocated 689,000 of that to specific reserves and principal interest charges with town. One of these things that's not capital related, that doesn't, you know, which one of these things isn't like the others, is this $100,000 that Joe referenced. So that's the structural contribution that we're making to the operating budget from sources traditionally reserved for capital.
Right.
I will note it comes out of the transfer part because that is discretionary. Most municipalities don't put that into capital.
So, I mean, I think that's an excellent slide, Dylan. I mean, this is just shows you, Ashley, how you've evolved the budget document and made improvements every year. So now council has the benefit of being able to look at one page like that and see the story. So, you know, I think when we look at that and we think, okay, similar revenues in 2025, 2026, right? Like similar. The only difference is the 175,000 for transfer tax last year was close to 400. So the good news is that for last fiscal year, our contribution to the capital reserve was higher than budgeted notionally when it all flows. So the worry I have here is that, you know, I don't think there's a lot of appetite for making any changes on these revenue streams. They kind of are what they are, and they're probably going to stay similar to that for a while. But it'd be really nice to get that operating reserve transfer down to zero, the way it was 2 years ago and for every year since 1919. Which would create a much more healthy capital reserve to fund the projects that we think we need to support. The problem is, where are we going to get the other 100? And
Well,
what,
the
right?
notion that you've had, I think, championed over the past number of years to get into the situation is we have growth in assessment, if only the growth due to new construction would not be taken up by new program
Operating
commitments,
projects.
which, you know,
Right.
we got a
And-
bunch this year, new stuff,
right.
and then we allocated it back out to community groups that were suffering shortfall.
Exactly, and this is why I lose so much sleep over these little micro discussions around things like giving the Vic an extra $5,000. It's not that it's not a worthy investment. It's that like we're every nickel we pour into one of those brand new obligations, and we all know once we make them 1 year, we're making them forever. Every dollar we reallocate to these new incremental appropriations, we're farther and farther behind ever climb back against the Robin of this pool that we said last year was going to be a one-time event. So it was a one-time event last year. Now we're on in year 2, and next year will be, and now it's more structural. Now it'll be permanent, and we'll be permanently taking on your grant forever and ever.
And what we're seeing is the $35,000 increase that puts back up year over year in the subsidies total. So basically $35,000, we could have reduced that $100,000.
Anyway,
Yeah.
you get the point.
Council Wilson?
Yeah, I just, it's an interesting argument because in fact, the allocation of these funds like the deed transfer tax are totally arbitrary.
Yeah,
It's strictly up to us how we do that.
Completely fair.
So we could solve the problem today by saying, okay, the deed
Leave it
transfer
on.
tax is now part of operating.
We have surplus.
Put it
Yeah.
down.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's what.
We could do that, but we know we would spend every cent of it on operating expenses. It would just go away. We wouldn't have any capital reserve.
Yes, but
That's what would happen.
yeah, I totally agree with you. But I'm wondering, I've suggested this, I think, in writing, is if we converted the stormwater and infrastructure charges to a pennies per $100 of tax rate instead of having a fixed sum, then those amounts would change with assessment. So if the assessment goes up 5%, stormwater and infrastructure would go up 5%, coupled with the fact that it would be a much fairer tax because people with less property would pay less and people with mansions would pay more, as opposed to now where everybody pays the same. And I think I recommended to send that to policy and strategy to see if that makes sense to all of us. And that would go some distance to offsetting any thought of transferring that deed transfer money into operating, just saying. It might balance out, I don't know.
Well,
Yeah, they're good,
you know,
big picture financial discussions to have.
yeah, I've got some strong thoughts on that subject about the impact of the cap on the math. So, if we, we'll have an opportunity to talk about this in one of the upcoming months. But, I know if you think about $500 a year, I know for Mary Ann and I, like we would be winners. We would end up paying $300 because we benefit from the cap. Nicole next door, and Jacob next door with 3 little kids, they end up paying $700 because they don't have the benefit of the cap because they haven't lived in their house for 25 years like Mary Ann and I have. So, I mean, it's fairness is in the eye of the beholder as it relates to adding more costs to the property tax rate with knowing how punitive the cap is right now.
Well, even if
But-
council said when the cap comes off, we'll say when, then maybe that would be the time to make this.
I think that this split is fine for now. And we might not need to deliberate on these things all day long. I think $100,000 transfer from the capital sources to operating is a reflection of the reality of where we are. So I'm okay with it. I'm just thinking, again, but I think in the back of my mind, I'm worried that we're adding operating expense and adding operating expense and adding operating expense obligations, but we're not doing anything to make sure that we have sufficient operating revenues to support those operating expenses. And when we talk to people in the street about where does the deed transfer tax go, where do the infrastructure charges go, being able to say that money goes to fund capital projects is a lot more elegant story than saying, oh, well, it just goes into fund grants for third parties and, we're adding an extra HST for the soccer club and the money goes to, an extra couple these are not expenses that taxpayers think are their responsibility. Like if you saw them on the street corner, they wouldn't think that their taxes are going to go towards those uses per se. And they'd say, well, why are you guys sending money to the St. Vincent de Paul? Like, why am I paying for that? Now, that's an extreme example. But anyway, I'm okay with it, but I think things are going to get tight if we keep the tax rate where it is.
You're giving good topics to the finance manager for our exit.
That's what I'm telling you, you have to raise taxes.
Well,
Before an exit review means you have to exit.
Before we move on, what page was the previous slide that we were looking at? That was so interesting.
It's at the, just a couple of pages after this one, I think at the very end. Yeah, it's page 69, it's the very last page.
Page 59?
69.
59.
Like sixes sound like fives this one.
I don't have a 59.
Oh, well, it's in the electronic version.
Okay, it must be in the,
It
it wasn't in my paper copy.
It's the big one from
Yeah.
our original.
Oh, it's the one that
Oh,
was stuck
that.
at the edge.
Oh, that
Can
one.
can you go to
Oh,
your,
okay.
Yes.
can you go to your reserve balance
Yeah.
slide for a minute?
Yeah,
I think
the status of fund.
the status of funds, yeah. The 2.1 million or 2.5 million. Whatever slide that was, a couple slides before, right? Slide 3 or 4.
Having pull up, see. I thought I'd do the scrolling around, not on the screen. and
I
I'll
think
just
it's like
put it up.
5 or.
Yeah, yeah. Just had said that, but I forgot. Page numbers aren't that present when you're doing it all on here.
Oh,
So actually, as you get
This is
through
from the
the,
first version.
as you get through the 2025
But
audit,
it
the
is in the
2026
digital.
numbers, you're still comfortable with this view, the starting point, the opening balance, right?
Just wait, Joe.
So what we've done is the unaudited reserve balance.
Yeah.
Is where I take the actual cash that was, so the 2.5 you see.
Yeah.
That's where I've taken the actual spend, the net spend of the year. So that is.
The expected difference between the total that we thought we had at the end of last year and what I actually had in bank and then had to sort of allocate to. It's projects that didn't get finished, right? It's just the status of work, like some projects that we had in the budget didn't move forward. And so we ended up with net $450,000 more in the reserves than we would have thought, but what we would have thought presumed for the completion of all the projects last
But
year.
just to put those numbers in context, you know, when I look at the 2.5 million for the reserve balances as of the end of March 31st, 2026, the second column, and knowing that that doesn't include other financial resources that we have. For example, like we have the pool reserve that's not included in this comprehensive list, for example.
Yeah.
But if you just look
This
at,
doesn't include external funds except the Canada Building Fund because we've always treated it as internal funds
Right.
once received because it's not allocated.
fair enough, but 2.5 million is about where we've been for like a decade. So even though we're going to have a down year where we're taking out more than we're putting in notionally, that is kind of a 1-year event, I would suppose, as we draw down on the historical.
Well, every year
capacities.
we present the budget, we do generally show that we'll be $1 million shorter, and then we come back and we're $500,000. Like it is a normal thing that this year, when we say that our estimated balance at the end, even with the capital budget as is at 1.7, it probably will be 2 point something because we probably won't complete fully all of the projects that are on the list.
But does this?
But Joe, you're right. I mean, year over year, we show huge reductions and we actually managed to pretty much come back to where we were.
But though that view in the second column, that reflects the windfall of the positive variance on detransfer, correct?
It does.
Mhm.
It does.
Yes.
Okay.
And
So
also projects that didn't.
so hope springs eternal, and that will continue. That trend will continue. Maybe it will. Maybe it won't. But I mean, when you think about we've got $1.7 million in reserves notionally, if we execute on all the plans, that is probably the lowest it's been since I've been on council.
You can zoom it out, probably.
But not.
Yeah, I just didn't know if anybody could see it if I did.
But not, not so much that you'd be worried that it wasn't eventually going to get back to where we've been historically.
So this is good table setting for the review of capital stuff, which I'd love to get to, but I do want to make sure that we're, like, where are we with subsidies? So I'm just gonna bring it back to that page. Because, again, we're $3,000 less here than the new requested total, but every other subsidy request was in here. If council directs us to increase the MVU amount, I'm sure I could rebalance the budget with $3,000 there. You know, I don't love people to do this, but I'm sure we could.
So the total difference is that the original 5-year forecast was 151,000, so 152,000, and now we're looking at 167,000.
So if you wanted to think of it in terms, thank you, of the whole 5 years.
5 years, yeah, 5-year agreement.
Well, I'm okay with what's there, guys, for once.
Yeah, I am too. The only caveat I would say is that when we start to look at recreation, I think we're gonna have to have a very hard, sober, clear-eyed look at the pool situation.
Yeah, we know that this 40,000 represented a bonanza of like free use for the summer to try to encourage the capital campaign. we can't necessarily continue at that level.
So that means we're okay with the changes with the MBU?
No, I think what they're saying is no changes unless somebody's gonna make a motion. Right?
Oh, I thought Kelly said he was.
Well, if you're okay with it with the plus 3,000, make a motion.
That's the HST, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm happy with, okay, let me say this, I'm gonna say that. I move that we approve the subsidies amounts with the addition of the HST amount from the Home Bay United, bringing the total for them to whatever it is.
Well, the total for this year would be 30,500,
Yeah,
but
30,500.
5-year commitment doesn't have to be approved now. We'll
So
approve it in the.
will this prevent him from coming back and asking, oh, we'll second that. Who wants to second that motion before I ask my question? I'll second it. Okay, second by Councillor Carver.
So I would say to your question, it's really.
I didn't finish.
Well, I did hear, it. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I did, but maybe people, other time around.
Sure.
Does this mean that this is our agreement and we're sticking to it?
So to your question, the amount in the budget that we've just approved is only the current year, 30,500. We will shortly, I've been tasked with getting a new agreement negotiated. I meeting with Tim and Norman. We'll come back with that. Council will have to approve the 5-year commitment at that time. So you're not locked in for a 5-year commitment.
Oh,
And one thing that's to be determined is they only said that maybe after the first 2 years, they'll charitable status, they'll be HST exempt. So, we can hash that out. But for this year, this budget would include this year request with the HST in at 30,500. And then a few weeks.
so
from
we're
now,
not making a 5-year decision.
Yeah, a few weeks from now, you'll have the 5-year agreement to look at.
Okay, so keep this paper close, people. With the proposed agreement, proposed 5-year plan.
And just for clarity from Councilor Wilson, who made the motion, the way you made it, I would understand that if this motion passes, we can actually pay this out pre the approval of the budget, same as what we did with grants. Was that your intention?
That's my intention.
Yes, okay, all those in favor signify aye. Opposed, nay, the motion is carried. Thank you.
So to recap, I have only one change to the operating budget, which is to balance it with this $3,000 extra in. The next version that you'll receive would be it. If there's no further motions, we're done with the operating budget.
Okay,
And then obviously we'll show if as the funds, any changes to the capital, obviously will reflect an increased reserve balance, but that's really just for information. If there's the operating budget.
okay.
Right.
Oh,
I know we had a break. I'm just gonna quickly run to the washroom because I want to
Okay.
start the capital detail. I won't be able to
Alright.
for.
anyone want to quickly,
Join Dylan?
okay,
I-
don't.
I would like to ask a question, but I'd like Dylan to be here, generally. But anyway, that's for this week.
Okay. It's back, but we are going to move on to the capital budget. This nice little color paper, blue.
Eight by 10.
And this is the second version of it.
And while I'm here, I'll just say that for people who may not be aware, we are switching our council meeting, which would regularly be on Thursday night next week, to Monday. So that is to accommodate people going to the spring conference for the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities. So rather than canceling the meeting, we decided that we would have an early meeting. If you are addicted to council TV, tune in at 7 o'clock on Monday evening and we'll be here live from the home bay.
Okay, now, fun stuff. Who's your friend?
This is all my daughter's
She's,
decoration. Taylor Swift. Yeah.
Bedazzled, your bedazzled
She
computer.
has, yeah. When you have a daughter. My husband is like that too. He's in meetings with unicorns and everything else.
So I'd like to suggest that we take the same approach with the grants and kind of go section by section through that. short highlighted capital detail that focuses on projects that are not already begun and therefore, there is potential for them to be moved off or not proceeded with. Should have stopped my screen share, sorry. So if you all have in front of you that the 3-page highlighted detail there.
Yes. Okay, so we will start, did you want me to say anything about this?
No, this is, I can leave this to the CIO.
Okay, Councilor Bloom.
Yeah, I wanted to just ask, as we finish the operating budget, and I wanted to ask more of a philosophical question, like knowing kind of some of the economic issues that are kind of coming about us, uncertainties around things like oil prices and the economy, like, people, there's, people that are struggling in the economy. How would you, during the year, kind of adjust for those things? Like, I know it's more of a theoretical question, but the question is, what kind of tools might you have where, hey, sometimes maybe we're gonna have to pull back rent, or we're gonna have to pull back on different pieces. How do you typically, you probably dealt with it in the past, but.
Yeah, we don't have too much that we can do, and we always log the department's cost control, so this really comes down more to the way that our department managers try to control the limited discretionary costs that they have, so.
Sure.
Repairs are somewhat flexible in the way that they're approached.
Yeah.
There are some smaller opportunities for cost savings in the way that we approach landscaping, ditching, things like there's a little bit of discretion. We can go a little less hard on some things. There's some opportunities. There are not a lot of opportunities.
Yeah.
Like if you toggle down, get a complaint from Connor. It's like there's a direct consequence to those changes, but there's some opportunities to do a little bit of cost savings within an operational year.
Right.
Yeah, and we do try to. I mean, we buffered up janitorial supply costs because we think they're increasing, and we did buffer up fuel costs. With vehicle fuel costs was a pretty substantial buffer in there in the budget. So we're trying to project it, but if it's the way things are in the world, it may result, and that's where your operating reserve would come in handy.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, we don't have that. Now we're allowed to, and we've been called out on our YouTube for saying this, but we're allowed to use our operating line of credit to buffer those things within 1 year. We're required to course correct and find a way to increase those lines in the next year's budget. We can't budget on a deficit.
And council we can make a motion
Sure.
at any time if we feel we are in serious, in a serious situation. The finance manager wants to.
Yeah, there's a quarterly report that the council receives,
Okay.
just a projection of, a view of where we're at on the operating budget as well as a projection of where we think we'll be. So
Sure.
in theory, if gas prices went substantially higher than what we decided during the budget process or what we're guesstimating during the budget process, that would show in the projected year and budget
Sure.
amount.
Sure.
And that's where, I guess, if it was to the point that it was material, I think there would be a discussion on sort of managing the costs and the projects and what we're looking at right now. But we
Sure.
do, as CEO said, we do very much try to buffer in as much as possible. We've talked to, Jonathan and the other managers, and they know their industry certainly much better than I would.
Sure.
So they would be able to foresee any costs. And we just try to do our best to mitigate it, but in the budget before it potentially happens. But you're absolutely right. Some things you just hope for not the surprise. But
the capital program takes the brunt of those surprises, unfortunately. Like if asphalt costs for the year go up 25%, all the projects involving asphalt go up. And what we typically do is we elect not to proceed with something that we had planned.
Sure.
So we come to council and say, well, we should hold off on this one because
Fair enough.
with the cost, these two projects now cost twice as much. Do one of the two and wait.
Yeah.
We already started that process last week when we were looking at the capital budget.
Yeah,
Right?
absolutely.
Some things we've deferred.
Yeah,
So-
for sure.
And that's something we can do, but it's always a good question. And we do get that quarterly report, so it does forecast. There is a bit of forecasting in that, which helps us.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay,
So I think it makes
let's
sense
carry
to
on.
share for this part.
Okay,
And so I'm just gonna put up the
first page, Public Works is the first page, so, like I said, we'll go through the sections. I'm not gonna go over every line item in detail. Happy to take questions. If people want to suggest changing something, it's usually done in the form of a motion to either move it to the following year, so we can, work out, or if it's something that's like a request, we might have a
Already?
motion to say, don't do it.
Under
But
public
just to,
works,
just to kick us off,
oh,
Willie, who's Willie?
Willie is our sidewalk maintenance machine. It does all kinds of great stuff, and it replaced the skid steers. We still have one skid steer, but we used to have 2 skid steers. We got a Willie at Jonathan's recommendation,
okay.
and it's a very good piece of equipment. It certainly works very well with the sidewalks. Can do more stuff, but it needs attachments, and that's where we're at with that. So Public Works includes an additional mower for green space, and this has to do with the increase in go through the list here. Additional mower for green space, which is additional green spaces that we have on Edgewater. Obviously, there's a choice here. We put the mower in as electric. We switched to an electric program, but the last time we talked about mowers, we bought a non-electric mower. So we said we would try to approach this by getting an electric one next time. So I put it down as electric, but the cost difference is cited. It's about $14,000.
How long have we had the current mower?
This isn't a replacement. This is another one because
Oh,
we now
extra.
in-house all the green space maintenance, and we have even more green space on Edgewater than we did before.
Councillor Wilson,
Well, I'm really puzzled by this because we started, I mean, 5 years ago, we had John. And John had a pickup truck and a lawnmower and a weed trimmer and a big orange tractor that he used to do the football field. And now we've got, 2 years ago, I think it was, we bought a zero radius turn, whatever those things are called, for which we needed to buy a trailer, for which we needed to buy an F-150 pickup. And now we appear to need another one. And in the meantime, the football pitch has been taken away from us with a little robot. So I am really puzzled by the need for yet another lawnmower.
Well, you mentioned the football pitch being taken away, but we added cemeteries last year, so we're doing those in-house now. And this is a mower, is a push assist stand-on mower. Does that make sense? So it's different for the zero turn, and it's particularly well suited to doing the median on Edgewater and the cemetery detail. So I think it's in the time. You could do the same work with more time, but the labor costs are certainly more substantial than getting.
So we're gonna need another trailer to get it there?
I don't believe so. So there's the mower, there's other things here I can describe.
Councillor Carver,
And so, the CAO has just said that it's suitable for the median, more suitable for the median on Edgewater. And that would be for now, where the median is really planned to be all sod. But at some point, the plan is to have pocket gardens along the median and trees. So does that description of it being more suitable for the median along Edgewater include those?
Yeah, I mean,
features?
it's really the trees make it impossible to use the zero turn in those areas because they can't fit on either side of any of those trees in the median. So this is the necessary mower to quickly and effectively do that area with the trees, working around the trees.
That's right, well, you need a.
If it was just 1.8 meters wide and nothing else and just sod, we could use zero turn.
Because I've heard a comment at some point along the way that median would be mown by a whippersnipper.
It could be, it would take a lot longer. And I guess my point here is that Jonathan's trying to say, less labor, get the right equipment. And that's been the approach we've taken for the last several years, is we could do a lot with the labor, but we can only do one thing with the equipment. And yeah, I mean, this is, yeah, you can do this stuff slower with the existing equipment. I don't want to say we can do it with existing equipment.
Councillor Feeny, and then Hoffman.
So we had a good conversation within the cemetery committee around like the virtue of insourcing the mowing and the groundskeeping, and why we get synergies with our parks and some of the other things we did. So I mean, I think historically our outsourced mowing budget was over $25,000 a year between the two cemeteries. So it's a fairly material investment of to get that work done. So that function's kind of been brought in-house, and we're covering the labor with internal resources now. But I'm of the opinion that they're going to need incremental new equipment now that we've made that other operational decision as well. So the virtue of going, electric or going, with the gas mower, I guess, is a more altruistic decision. About, I'm not sure about the life curves, but I think we do need the incremental mower. I think because we made that tangential decision around the insourcing of the work for the cemeteries and other odds and ends, plus we have a lot more park space now. But I trust Lauren's got a view.
Yeah, I mean, the electric
virtue
thing is, we do feel that they pay off, they're higher upfront over time, they're worth it, they pay off within their life cycle. This has been proven with all the electric conversion we've done, but that being said, it's also like an aesthetic improvement. Like, these are very loud, coughing inducing, it's kind of disgusting, right? Because there's no emission controls on this equipment, right? So if you're on the trail on Edgewater, for example, and they're working with a mower, I mean, you will be hit in the face with the fumes. You will hear it, hundreds of yards away. The electrical in a small, tight-knit community is, there's a lot of external benefits. We just tend to, is it worth it?
Councillor Paulson?
Well, let's not forget that the trail is 5 feet away, or less than 6 meters away from a road with major transportation, for noise and smell.
Since mowers are unregulated, they're about 10 times as smelly as a car.
Yeah, well, nevertheless, there's 10 times more, 100 times more
Yeah.
traffic going along the road. So I think you've got to start someplace here. If a gas mower will do it, then I think a gas mower, at least making a step in the right direction budget-wise, is an appropriate choice at the moment.
Councillor Wilson and then Carver.
Yeah, I just want to say that Dylan has convinced me in his arguments, and I really think, assuming, I guess we know that this is an applicable situation for an electric machine. I think that whenever we can find an opportunity to go electric, we should. Partly because of just our stance with regard to the climate, that I think it's a signal that we need to send.
Councillor Carver.
Yes, to echo Councillor Wilson's comments, it's important to stay true to our stated mission, vision, and principles, as stated clearly in various places. So therefore, electric over gas, and I think gas would certainly be a step backward in every regard. And just in terms of first voice experience, I think of the golf course and the comparison between the electric golf carts and gas golf carts, which are noisy and smelly, compared to the sort of magic silence of these vehicles going around. So,
Okay, anybody else?
So a good amount of discussion, obviously not trying to provoke that much discussion on every item. but
no,
nobody has a motion, I'll move on to the next
move
thing.
along.
So
So I
curbs-
support 33,000 for
Okay,
that.
who supports?
Well, nobody made a
We have
motion. I think we can't take a vote on each one, right?
Oh,
We can
right.
do Just like we did with the
Okay.
last. If you want to move, like if Brian wants to, having to gauge the room, if you want to make a motion to switch the electrical or to switch the gas, you can, but otherwise we should just assume they're in.
Judging by what I'm hearing so far, it's in, but I'm opposed, so
Okay.
I would not.
Just on the 14 is where your head is, Brian.
Just done the difference, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough.
Yes.
So the curb sweeper attachment is a fairly similar thing. So first off, it's for the Willie. So that piece of equipment would be, what we would use in-house to do curb sweeping. In prior years, we've contracted people to come in. So based on the idea that it's coming in-house, I did eliminate the external cost in the operating budget, but obviously I put that back in if we don't decide to proceed with this because we wouldn't have the equipment. And Jonathan does say that likely this would represent doing it 2 or 3 times as often as the contractors would do it.
My parking space begins?
Oh.
There's a little
Has it got
mud,
a-
there's a little mud puddle that
Has it
dries.
got a curve?
Oh, yes.
Those curb sweepers.
Oh, yes, it does at the head. At the head, there's a little curve.
This strikes me as a wise investment, given the fact that we've probably doubled the amount of
A lot
curb
more
in town,
curb.
right, with Edgewater, and
And can we do it more frequently?
That's what I
if we
said,
need
so
to?
the expectation is it is going to be 2 or 3 times as often as we would have done it with the contractors.
And it pays, over time, the cost pays for itself?
I mean, I'm not
Compared to the
entirely
contracting.
confident that it will. It's the same,
Service
it would take 15 years, and this piece of equipment probably wouldn't be expected to last for 15 years. So we're increasing the standard,
Yeah.
you know, that's the difference, but we're not really saving the full.
I'll be honest with you, like, I know, you know, the standards have, this is all about service level improvement, like the standards, I mean, we haven't done a great job here, it's really expensive to do with labor, I saw the guys the other day, and, you know, paying people an hourly wage to do this work is, you know, like, not the way to go, but we had to do it because Main Street was looking really rough. So I think this is a wise investment. I'm actually pleasantly surprised that it's 28,000. I was in the back of my mind thinking it was going to be a much bigger number, but if you can make this work, I think we should go for it. So just to, all of these procurement items are via RFP, or how do you procure all of these items?
Yeah, since equipment, we do it by RFP, and there's just a few, you know, vendors that will fit in.
And so when these line items, the only time it would come back to council is if the actual award is higher than this budget amount?
Well, yeah, higher, I would say, you know, we need to update our policies, but I tend to say it's 10%.
Okay, fair enough.
If it's
Alright.
more than 10%.
So if there's any new news that comes out of this year, okay.
So the snowblower attachment is much the same. The new trail, I'm gonna keep calling it a trail, so we have a new name for it. The new trail on Edgewater Street will need to be blown because that snow can't go anywhere else effectively. And generally speaking, snow blowing is the much more accessible approach to handling snow on pedestrian surfaces. If this is a necessary piece of equipment in general, but it will be more necessary with Edgewater. The past we used to do all of our snow handling with the bucket, and it just, you know, it really is not appropriate for pedestrian walkways, and you don't get as high a standard as you do with blower.
Thank
And
God,
the new accessibility.
thank God we have a public works building that people could put all this new equipment in.
Yeah, well,
We'd be in real trouble. We were trying to jam everything in.
So the brine maker is a little bit more questionable, but we are sort of halfway down this route in terms of the brine maker. We got the equipment, it's the same equipment that we use for watering in the summer for the various plants that we've now taken on watering. But it also could be used to spray brine on the streets. And, you know, as part of our constant effort, which we got some thanks for this morning, Councillor Carver, thank you for passing that on, to improve the standards of our snow removal response. The Public Works Department has found brine to be a useful tool in their arsenal. Honestly, they didn't get to use it as much last year as they would have liked. The conditions just weren't ideal. But when we got the equipment, and then we're like, okay, so let's actually buy the brine from the province who produce these large scale amount of brine. It's incredibly costly. It very quickly pays for itself to have this brine maker. Within 2 years, it would be expected to pay for itself. If we're going to use brine, and it, you know, it subs out salt, but last year we still went through a tremendous amount of salt. So I can't promise that using brine is resulting in cost reductions, but it would be far more likely to if we're making it ourselves rather than buying it by the.
This was a tremendous year for
Yeah.
needing
salt.
Council
Can I
Wilson.
just ask what EQ means?
Equipment, so that's the distribution, like spray it, so, yeah. I try to fit things in a very small little column because it will fit on the page. Sorry for the abbreviations.
That makes sense to me.
Just out of curiosity, for a time, there was interest in beet juice, beet something,
Yeah.
as an ice dissolver or treatment. What's happened to beets?
I think the problem is just still experimenting with beads. I think, if I recall, and then we don't have a lot of these, I may have kind of
You
lost
don't
track.
have a lot.
We don't have a lot of chip seal roadways. I feel like the beet juice was being used in chip seal application.
I thought it was not.
Yeah, yeah. I think that
Oh.
might have been the
You
nature
should,
where
you
the
should.
province was used on. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the only chip seal road we have is Clearwood Road.
Yeah.
And it was chip seal over paper, so
okay.
it's not.
Yeah.
Vulnerable. So the next item is really a question here, because we didn't expect it to truck this year. Jonathan's just, you know, we're kind of moving closer to the province in terms of the way that we're looking at these trucks, which is we don't run them to death. We don't, you know, get them down to the point where they're not functional and then sell them to scrap. we try to look at the repair costs and maybe while we still have some residual value, we could upload them, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
So this did step up the replacement schedule versus what was originally planned. And we don't have to do this. This one could be it could wait till next year. The other alternative is we recently were quite successful in financing the water van. So that could be an approach we've never taken before. We've always outright purchased our vehicles.
We leased the van?
Was that?
We
Yeah.
leased the van?
We financed the van.
Finance.
Yeah. And we sold the old van. We actually got a pretty good return on $6,000 on the old van, which I wouldn't have thought it was worth much.
So just a couple questions. When we make a decision to finance, a rapidly depreciating item like a van,
That's why I don't want to.
right? So how do you classify that? That just shows up as the principal payment and the interest just shows up as operating expense? Is that how, where are we showing that
That's how the water van is being treated.
we're just taking it all in operating
We
expenses?
profited in year one because we got the rebates in cash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess, but here's the question. So it's $80,000, which I'm assuming is gonna be financed through a draw from equipment reserve or,
That's what's in the budget.
okay, is in the budget. So if we go with the financing route, which strikes me as probably a good idea, given your success on, I guess it's all interest rates. And finance it over a five-year period, how do you classify that? Do you set it up as a debt, or we just flow the principal and interest through as operating expense? What's our methodology now,
That's a good question. We're so new, we haven't actually done it before, at least since I've been here, but, yeah, I don't
Or do
think
we just capitalize the payments?
I think we would just capitalize it.
The payment.
Yeah,
Treat it like a debenture.
Yeah.
a little Tiny debenture.
Anyway, I mean,
baby debenture, yeah.
I mean, as long as the life of the financing is substantially less than the vehicle, like 5 years seems safe, but it's just financial management here, whether we'd rather have the reserves, own it outright, have the payments.
Yeah, it's a case by case basis really, and depending on where our cash flow is and the projects are.
Or we could push it off a year, as I said, but Jonathan's preferring to have the fleet to manage to dispose the vehicles, while they still have some value, and so we have the other trucks that are 3 to 5 years, so this kind of gives us a nice 3-5-0 spread.
So.
Yeah.
So this is not exactly a replacement. You would propose to drop by this and keep the other two as well?
That's what's being proposed here. So what we have them at 5 and 3 years, so we were supposed to replace the 5-year one in 2 years' time.
Yeah.
And that would be what we default back to if we push this off. Jonathan was just suggesting that, instead of doing that, we get this other one on and then we potentially divest the other one a year ahead. And then we just kind of have a cycle where every 3 years, we just expect to buy a vehicle and dispose a vehicle. Which
Okay.
is again, more like the
Councillor
province.
Boone and
of
then Councillor
Britain.
Sherrill.
How many kilometers would a truck that you've been driving for 5 years have on it approximately?
That is a good question. Jonathan would be able to give an estimate pretty easily. I'm not 100%.
It's
They
not,
don't rack up the mileage. 'Cause
Yeah, I was gonna
they
say.
count,
Yeah,
but it's hard mileage.
Yeah, and this is a plow truck, so there's we couldn't lease a plow truck, but I think we could finance a plow truck, but I'm not entirely sure.
I would prefer to defer it 1 year and then go into a straight schedule of replacement on that basis. I agree that we shouldn't run these things into the ground because I remember very well when we did, and we used to, it would get about 50 yards and break down, and then we'd have to hire a contractor. And it cost.
And invariably right in the middle of a huge snowfall where there were
Exactly.
problems, yeah.
So, but I would prefer to formalize the replacement at whatever year you guys decide, but not this business of adding one in and keeping it for an extra year.
I think it would just be probably next year, so we could just push it
Yeah, that's
off to
fine.
next year. And, we need a fleet management plan and we are planning to put something in front of Christmas.
When you have it. No. So my motion, excuse me, can I make a
Yeah,
motion?
you make a motion.
I would like to move that we defer the amount of the new number 5 in Public Works, new plow truck, defer till the next fiscal year.
Seconded.
Second, Councillor Kaufman. Ready?
Can I get
Yes.
my question in now? Well, basically, I support this motion. I think that's a good motion. But I did have a question about, this item says plus prime equipment. So what's the relationship with the brine equipment and the one before?
Oh, it was just that, if we had this truck, that we have enough trucks that they wouldn't have to switch on and off the different equipment.
Oh, because it's attached to the truck.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, it's just easier.
It doesn't live in the shed and produce, okay.
Yeah,
It's on
but
the
they
truck.
can switch it on.
Okay,
It's not,
It's like the grippers on the boots.
and
Leave them on.
I certainly support this motion, and to get onto a regular schedule to support the kind of reaction that I circulated information about this morning, the reaction of a new resident to town who was so impressed with the quality of the snow clearing, here in Mahone Bay, so.
Okay, that's good. Ready for the question? All those in favor signify aye. Opposed? The motion is carried. Thank you. And then truck
truck
radio.
radios, we're back and forth on this. We stopped doing radios a while back, but Jonathan has been kind of evaluating the way that they work in the field, and he feels this would be a useful tool. We're actually possibly not, we've got a trial from Bell right now on an option to use your phones as a walkie-talkie system, so that would be much more cost effective, but the worst case is $5,000 for the radios if we go with a more conventional radio system. I think anything that improves productivity for $5,000 is a simple thing to approve from my perspective. So we continue on
They'll
the
last forever.
transportation assets, yeah, I mean.
They
you
last
know,
10 years.
we really probably couldn't capitalize them individually, but whatever, $5,000. If we move on to transportation, so pavement treatment, centerline crack filling on Pleasant Street, we do feel it can still be worth, if we wait one more year, we probably can't do it. The cracks are getting too bad, but Jonathan missed it. We didn't get it done last year. We feel like we still can't get it done this year. We need to get it done.
Which street are you talking about?
I think it's Pleasant and Claremont. You need when there's a center line that starts to appear, it's usually.
Oh, Claire, oh, no, no.
Usually within 5 years after paving, you can extend the life of that road pretty effectively just by dealing with that center line crack before it becomes a real problem. So we just need to do that as a regular thing. Main Street bridge railing replacement, I forgot to, so this is the bridge. The next one is the one that I'm not sure what the answer is. I forgot to check. The bridge railing replacement, there was an accident. We ended up with damage to the bridge railing.
Oh, yeah.
So this is what that is for. It's actually been, I think it's taken care of.
This
but-
is on the
at Ernst Brook Bridge,
Right.
Main Street.
but
Bridge.
this is on the Sweet Ride side
Yeah.
of the bridge, right? Okay.
So is it gonna be
Oh, dear,
replaced
way
with
down
the
there.
wood,
Uh,
a wooden fence? I mean, it's the big grate.
yeah,
metal.
so it's underway now, I guess, the replacement.
So it started already.
I think there's an actual change from wood because the wood didn't meet code.
The wood doesn't need.
I think the wood's not suitable to restrain the vehicle. I think there was some deficiency with what's there, so since it's been damaged and we repaired it, I think they're gonna repair it better. But I've lost track of what the exact detail of why it was gonna be better.
So
I think there's some change.
Dylan, like I'm all for the $10,000 investment, and I'm sure it's all been well organized in the design, but I am curious about. So I thought the bridge was the province's bridge. And I'm just wondering
The
about like,
surface of the bridge, the
This-
railings, that's up there, the structure. is
okay,
theirs. Yeah.
fair enough.
That's what he
I'm
did.
glad,
That's why
I'm
we
glad,
our campaign
I'm
signs on.
glad I asked. Okay, so the bridge is
Scarecrow.
theirs, but the railing's ours. There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm still concerned about what's gonna be replaced. Is it just gonna be that section on the ocean side of the bridge? Or is it gonna be replaced on both sides for symmetry?
Yeah, I think it is going to be replaced on both sides, but I'm not sure I can find the detail now, so I can email you guys that answer.
So that $10,000 quote refers to both sides of the bridge or just one?
He's trying to
side?
find out.
Yeah, I mean, that refers to the recommendation from Jonathan, which I had believed had to do with both sides, but I have to get back to you guys about that. I can't track it.
I think I'm feeling strongly about the symmetry of it.
So what you're saying is if it was gonna be more to do both sides,
Mm,
I
I
should
would-
come back with that and we can talk about that. Okay.
And also the design. I mean, I think the design is important. I mean,
I'll email you guys the detail and then,
It
you know,
is.
we could always make that one change if it's more expensive, to go bigger or better or something.
Can we do that by email or do we do it attached to Monday night's meeting?
Well, it's kind of gonna depend whether we have any further budget meetings or not, and whether council would make that as an amendment on the final approval, which I think is pretty harmless.
Okay.
It's be just one change.
Okay.
But for now, I guess we'll just leave it there, and I made a note to get you guys an answer. Similarly, where's the handrail? I forgot to ask, so I will also come back. That was asked at the last meeting, is where's the handrail? No, because that one was done last year. So
Okay.
this is something different. The additional point, the next one on the
Right,
list.
right, but didn't we agree that it's the where the.
I don't believe so. I think that was done last year.
Yeah, that was fixed last year.
So I had said I was gonna check and I forgot to check.
I walk by it every day.
So that one might come off the list.
It was always a good.
The
I mean, if it was in fact that carryover that got done and I shouldn't have carried it over, I think there's a different rail. I will find out. for you. Yeah, my apologies for that one, because that was asked last week and I didn't
Get
get
to it. Penny Spruce Street improvement.
So pavement, yeah, pavement repair, you know, we try to hold off streets until we can do the full street and do the underground work and everything, but there is no underground work plan on Spruce Street in the next 10 years, so we're basically down to the pavement condition is just absolutely atrocious.
Yep.
It's been resulted from storm water damage, so unfortunately, you know, there may still be some issues there, like we've done what we can to improve the handling, so I don't think there's a lot of standing water in that section of Spruce Street, but that type of pavement damage usually does result mostly from stormwater, so Penny, keep an eye out to tell us if there's stormwater
So-
sitting on the road.
If there's a discussion or vote on this, do I have to absent myself?
No, you don't.
But yeah, so that's why it's in there, it's not, you know, it's not a full on, the full street, but you know, we feel like we could really take care of the next 10 years. And
It's
not
just right in front of Councillor Carver's house,
Yes.
yeah.
Right on. And then the next one was carried forward from last year, and we did talk about this at a previous meeting this year, that the staff still continues to feel that the two main areas that we have on our list for pavement maintenance are Orchard Parish and Faubourg. We put Orchard Parish in this year, we put Faubourg in next year. The thought with Orchard Parish in this year is to finish that area related to Edgewater Street, move on to the other side of town next time, so. It does include the parking lot, so you know, that's a discretionary item, but it's a very important condition.
So, Mayor, may I?
Yes.
So for the parking lot, aspect of it, does that include the little sloped area that leads to the hall stairs? Which right now is very crumbling and deteriorating. It looked like it was just had asphalt thrown at it and not.
Yeah, I believe so, and that's one of the many deficiencies with the current parking lot, it just
Okay.
needs, it's been patched.
Okay, so that would be our responsibility rather than the church.
I think it would be done at the same time, and we could make a dime over whether that was a couple $100s, but yeah, we wouldn't leave an area like that and not.
Mayor, so we have an outstanding issue around the paving at St. James, right? That we talked about last week, around the paving in front of the Lutheran church. And then, you know, as most of the community had a chance to go into the United Church parking lot because of the fundraiser a couple of days ago for picking up their lasagnas, I mean, it is in rough shape there. And it's not really clear to me what the town, what the project's gonna finish as far as the connecting Edgewater with Old Edgewater and dovetailing through the new thoroughfare up to Old Edgewater and where that paving's gonna start and stop. And I really think we have to have a conversation about providing some paving or doing something on the paving side for the United Church parking lot to whatever degree is logical for the town.
So I will just say, there's nothing in terms of paving the parking lot in the Edgewater budget now.
Right.
There is a continuation of the sidewalk that is concrete up to Trinity and then asphalt up Old Edgewater. That sidewalk that runs in front of the Trinity parking lot will be asphalt paved with a line to indicate its separation from Old Edgewater.
Yeah.
And that's the extent of the paving in the current scope. I also do want to say that I don't, despite assurances that they'll do what they can to return the parking lot, I don't feel that it's going to be substantially different from what's there unless it's paved.
Right. So given, and this all comes down to the conversation we're having around like the standard of paving around our $16 million project and what the final version and utility of this is going to be, given that you're going to drive into town, you're going to drive along you're gonna drive along the whole project, and then you're gonna get to the turnoff in front of Trinity. And there, you're just gonna see a mud puddle, and versus everywhere else, you're gonna see brand new paving. And so I just think in the hierarchy
We'll
of,
still use Mark Rose lawn.
Well, and right, we'll deal with that a year from now, but
Yeah.
but I'm just thinking like in the hierarchy of needs, when I think about paving in front of the that we're talking on Parish Street, I think we need to, I'm not sure where we are on the decision around the paving on St. John's. And
St. John's Trinity,
St.
so that
No.
lot is partially Trinity.
Right, so I'd rather have that conversation all as one big bucket, knowing that we also have new information around the paving, the colored paving. Is there a way we can bundle these three line items with those? So we can, because I think I think we want maximum impact, knowing that we only want the paving on Edgewater to happen once and then not again for 10 years. We don't want to have ongoing work there, and
I mean, the
Well,
simplest
what do
thing
you-
to
what-
do
what
is
do
to
you all
just
think?
include this entire orchard paving thing, like this $255,000 project, as part of the Edgewater project, given that it has no external funding associated with it. And then you just figure out what's in scope.
We,
like I would rather do.
at Trinity, we've been assured by the contractor. My understanding is that the parking lot will be returned, will be kept gravel, but in a high quality way. They will put layers for drainage and whatnot, whether that is what happens. We didn't think our parking lot would be taken up for months and months and months. We thought it was just 2 months at the most, and we've been like 9 months in a construction zone. So, so whether we get what has been proposed for Trinity, I don't know.
Like I think that the
And I don't want people to expect miracles. I mean, returning it to gravel does not necessarily mean returning it to what was there.
Yeah,
What was there represented decades of compaction.
right.
and it was paved. That was a
Well,
paved,
yeah,
but
that's been my
over
understanding.
the-
It would
yeah,
really
it was
change
paved.
from gravel, like a formerly paved, fully
Yeah.
degraded old lot is gonna be different from a new gravel lot.
Yeah.
That's less permeable.
Counselor Wilson.
Yeah, I think we have to pave all the church parking lots, so the whole thing looks new when you drive into town.
Yeah.
And we gotta deal with Margot at some point, but that you said that's a year from now. So I think we just have to make that decision. I'm intrigued by the notion of folding the Orchard Parish project, whatever, 255 or whatever that my number is, into the Edgewater project. Can we do that?
Yeah, I mean, it's our project. It doesn't come up with money, so the town's portion would be, reflective of this. But in terms of whoever we get to do the paving, whether it's Harper or a different party, we would, just save on the synergy of
Oh,
having
I
a
see.
contractor.
You're talking about
pave.
the physical folding.
Yeah, and then also in terms of approvals, because you're gonna be talking about Edgewater on Monday, so you don't really have to figure it out if you do
Dylan, or could you just speak to the funding sources for the overall transportation budget? Like what percentage of this is being funded by debt? What percentage of this is coming from
Yeah,
town
so
reserves?
here, this is
Just at a
recommended to
macro
come from
level?
reserves. This is all recommended to come
From reserves? Okay, so I mean, the virtue would be if we could bundle it. You're not suggesting that this is an eligible cost for Edgewater. You're just suggesting that this is.
Yeah, the external
synergies
funding
with
won't
construction.
go up,
Okay, fair enough.
but we can still put our own money into it as easily as part of Edgewater as the standalone approach.
Counselor Carter.
So when you were talking about Trinity, I was wondering about whether they have currently an accessibility area in their parking lot. In their,
We did,
yeah,
we
right.
did next to the
Okay.
ramp, but I think they need to,
Right,
they are
that's-
planning to reconfigure that ramp
Okay,
in
Yeah.
sometime in the near future.
Cause it's almost impassable now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
right. So I was just wondering how that would be respected, the fact that there was an accessibility feature already. But then hearing a Councillor Wilson's suggestion about paving all the parking lots, and wondering whether that meant on the water side of the street or the actual parking lots beside the churches.
Oh,
Both, okay. Which I would support if we can do it. I
So-
mean,
So I think I'd support that too, but we don't, how do we procure a budget for that, or an estimate, Dylan, so that we could make a decision on that point within the context of the budget deliberation?
Yeah, so in the, no, unfortunately, so many meetings, you guys don't have the package for Monday yet. I
Okay.
did by email you this afternoon. In the closed session package for Monday, I'll reiterate, we've been 2 sets of fresh quotes on all the paper.
Okay.
One with Miller, who are the subcontractor for Harbor, and one with Town and Country, who are a local vendor. So we can go down that list. I mean, in either case, they're just quotes, we're not locking in. But it gives council a very good impression of what the real cost of the various pavings would be. And I also did circulate to you, that it will be in a public report for Monday, the
Yeah.
good news, I would say, about the pavement treatment for the trail.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, you know, we got that in context. So we could have the whole discussion in context if council made a motion now to say, refer the Orchard paving recommendation, the capital budget to the Edgewater project. You know, maybe that would cover the fact that on Monday, then we could consider it all in context.
Okay.
Councillor Carver?
Before we leave this page, I just wanted to go back to the Public Works and ask about the resale value of the vehicles. I mean, how much comes back?
Yeah,
After we-
so I mean, traditionally, our resale values were like nominal, like 3 to 5% of the original book value of the thing, because they were written by the time we got to them.
But even with quite low mileage, or,
Yeah, well, we just ran them into the absolute ground, traditional store, right? But if you look at even the water van that we just divested, so we bought a new water van and the net cost was something like $50,000. We divested a effectively non-functional van for $6,000. So that was a pretty good return, relatively speaking. It's 11% relative to the new one. But if we were targeting divestiture when they had some value, we would reasonably be able to get like a third.
Yeah,
back on the.
and if we're on a regular,
Yeah, exactly.
Schedule.
Which we just haven't done in the
right,
past.
okay, that's helpful.
Dylan, when we, in the interest of time, move along to government, general government, if we're gonna defer the other discussion on the transportation till next Monday.
But have we done Clearway and Kinburn?
No, we haven't, that's, I was having to speak to.
Oh, but so do we,
Oh, fair enough.
I mean, I wouldn't consider adding that to Edgewater. So
No,
you
fair enough,
do you
fair
want a
enough.
motion to add to move the,
I'll make that, the
Orchard
Orchard project,
Parish to Edgewater?
the 3 items in the Orchard project.
Eric, you're sitting over there, but Kelly asked me to capture these motions. Are you capturing this motion?
Capturing.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
So
Sorry.
would you mind if
Yeah.
you just write it down for Kelly? She asked me, she sent me a text saying, I'm in the room for 5 minutes, gonna capture it. So, Councillor Carver, you're gonna make a motion?
I did,
Okay, and who
yeah,
seconded it?
to move the 3 items under the Orchard Parish paving project to the Edgewater project.
Yeah. And second,
Second.
I asked Eric to write this down for you, Kelly. She asked me, but he was sitting there. I was like,
Of course, I
oh.
speak for 5 minutes.
We got a motion.
Well,
So we don't have a chair in the room right now
Yeah.
either. Joe, do you want to call us for questions?
Sure, all in favor of the motion? Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so everybody,
then,
on item 6,
yeah.
Dylan, 6 and 7.
Yeah, so I lost it on my screen, but.
Widen, extend Clearway street parking and the Kinburn
Yes,
street wide.
so the widen and extend Clearway Street parking, I don't expect us to proceed with this because we did not successfully get external funding. We could continue to seek some, but I had applied, Council Creedy had drawn our attention to a state school routes program. We were unsuccessful in obtaining that funding.
Mhm.
So I would generally think that this should be pushed off, looking for external funding, but I didn't
Yeah.
have the approval to do that.
Please.
Do
Somebody
you
make
need a motion
push
to
it,
the
yeah,
floor?
push it into the following here.
So Councillor,
Uh,
Councillor Paulferman moved it, and I'm
Councilor
seconding
Paulman,
it.
thank you, and thank you, Councilor Carver, all in favor of deferring? Thank you. Deferring item 6.
Item extend Clearway Street.
Item 6.
For 6 under transportation.
Uh,
So the next one,
item 7.
Kinburn Street widening this was requested by council, so Jonathan did the costing out, so this represented the first of a 2-phase pedestrian safety improvement. Kinburn, street, so that it was a step for a couple months ago, so I can answer questions or.
Hmm.
So there is no external funding attached, so in that sense, if we do it, we're doing it out of pocket.
I would suggest deferring that project as well, given we're taking on a lot with the parking lots.
Um,
And we can continue to look for external funding. Yeah.
while I would love to see improvements to the walkability of Kinburn as soon as possible, I wasn't really enamored with the plan, which sort of involved crossing Kinburn at one point. It just seemed way too complicated. And can we at least make the bridge one lane in the interim?
Yeah, I mean, this would be a great opportunity. If this motion were to push this off, then you could make another motion. I think would be in order.
Yeah, okay,
Because otherwise we'll lose that.
right,
Yeah.
okay, all right,
I mean, you may not get support, but you can make a,
right. I'll make a motion to do, oh,
we got the motion
Oh.
now to defer.
Oh, they've done
I don't
that.
know.
Okay.
Did you get people? I don't know if we actually
We're
did.
still on, talking in discussion.
But did we get a mover to second for the Kimber Street widening?
That was number 6, I'm trying to.
No, this is
No.
number 10.
I don't have. I'm just trying
We
to-
did vote on number
Mayor,
six.
I moved to, just to get started, I moved that we defer item 6,
7.
Kirby 7, to the next fiscal year.
do you second?
Right.
Councillor
Al
Crawford.
Ferman?
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
discussion,
Um,
Councillor,
go ahead.
Nope, we're just deferring this, right?
Oh, but I'll just, I will, for discussion,
yes,
just throw in, in the meantime, is to explore alternatives to the proposed design. And just somehow.
Yeah, I mean, it was noted in Jonathan's report that if we were to pave the road, like we were doing a project otherwise, you could realign the pavement and do the widening such that you could keep all the pedestrian stuff on one side. But you can't really do it separately from a larger project, so that's a reason to defer and try to line it up with
Yeah.
a larger project. It's just the way the ditches are.
okay, so will that include some kind of consultation about that, or?
I think the motion is just to defer.
But I guess as far as consultation, the active transportation plan consultation that we did
Okay,
get into last
right.
year, we will get into this year. It
Okay,
is funded, will include lots, I'm sure, discussion about this street and other streets.
okay, all right. Any comments? No? All those in favor signify aye. I'm sort of against it. I know it's really needed, so I'm saying no.
Okay. So I would like to make a
Councillor Carter?
motion, yeah, I'd like to make a motion that, in the interim, that the bridge on Kinburn be made a one lane, to enhance pedestrian safety, on the bridge. That's my motion.
So would that require 2 stop signs on Kimber before the bridge? And then cars would stop and then have to go through the bridge here? How wide
This is
is?
the bridge we discussed.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay.
That's what it was.
Well, I'll second it so we can have a conversation.
So, this is a single lane bridge proposal. So it's been a while since we've had a single lane bridge in the Mahone Bay area. There used to be one up in New Germany, and we've been closest. I don't know that it's still a single lane bridge. Typically, the treatment for single lane bridge is signage, narrows, painting, and you take turns. There's good visibility.
Yeah.
So there wouldn't typically be stop signs.
Wide is the bridge?
Why didn't
22 feet wide, right?
It's 22 feet is 211 lanes.
And
If
that's
we
where-
don't have pedestrian separation, we can't have 211-foot lanes.
Councillor Wilson?
Yeah, we just spent $750,000 making it a 2-lane bridge. I know it was taken out by the ice and all that, but it was still a lot of money to make it 2-lane. And I am really opposed to making it 1 lane. I think there's got to be other solutions to that problem. I know I've talked to Dylan about the possibility of a cantilevered walkway outside the bridge on the edge. And Jonathan, I know, is adamantly opposed to that.
Well, it's just a couple $100,000. This is effectively a $500 solution to a $200,000 problem.
Well, yes, but it's also regressive in the
Yeah,
sense.
no, I'm not even speaking support. I'm just saying this can be achieved with the operating funds with no capital costs.
Councillor Carr.
Well, given that we somehow managed to approve a 2-lane bridge some years ago that doesn't accommodate pedestrians, and there is a very simple solution, which is to have pylons or some kind of marker limiting to one lane very easily, in the same way that the Clearland Road, where it goes out and narrows, and it has been like that for at least a couple of years when it was washed out. It's
Oh, you're right,
very,
there's a one-lane bridge nearby, not on purpose, but we do, yeah.
yeah, very, very simple. I would admit, it takes me by surprise when I get there, but I do have to think about it, and I have to slow down and think of the traffic calming features of a one-lane bridge on that speedway now. I think there's a lot.
It is interesting from a traffic calming perspective, because in major cities, there are places where even with no actual rationale, they do this as a traffic calming, they reduce to one lane,
Yeah.
just as a traffic calming measure, it's not a, unheard of thing to do.
Does it create issues for snowmobiles?
No, I mean, we're not gonna put anything in there, I mean, it would, depending on the method you use to segregate the lanes, but Jonathan will not put anything in there that's gonna get in the way.
Sure.
So-
We'll figure that.
You
Do
know,
you plan on putting a walking line there or?
Yeah, so you'd paint it down to a single lane, you'd put up signage saying it's down to a single lane. And then you'd find a way with some posters, something to properly segregate, so the vehicles don't just ignore the painting and drive over the pedestrian area.
like we had an active transportation plan presented to council, I'd say 6 or 7 years ago, the blue route, we talked about the virtue of sidewalks, the connection through the NSLC parking lot, so that you could have a more natural flow. All of those are interesting ideas, but we are, it's 150 yards before you get to the bridge on either side. There's full, complete visibility from cars. Pedestrians are choosing to walk on one of the only streets in town that does not have a sidewalk. And it's fundamentally, it's a two-lane bridge. So like Kinburn Street does not design to deal with pedestrians anyway. And we've also had traffic calming actions, which have not been incredibly well received by the community. It's just like, I think converting this to a one-lane bridge, I think there'll be a lot of other opinions that's not the way to go. And
Maybe I can present, I don't know if this will help at all, because it's really nothing compared to proper segregation, but, just a sign, if this doesn't pass, that says yield to pedestrians on each side of the bridge. With that, I mean, it's a small thing, but we could do that, like if this doesn't pass.
And dogs.
I think the dogs will always be accompanied by a pedestrian, or Al should be going.
pedestrians walking at
Deer.
risk, at their own
Deer.
risk would be another sign.
My dog.
too,
Yeah.
right?
I think that should be applied.
So I have concerns about dismissing the idea because the road was not designed for pedestrians. Pedestrians are using the street by choice because it's accessible to the trails, it's there and it's easy. Pedestrians are using
And
it.
we were rerouted a lot. this summer.
Absolutely. And this is the motion is for a very temporary measure. I suppose if it was really a failure or created a public uproar, I mean, we created a public uproar by installing speed bumps and speed humps. We haven't removed them, or we just carried on regardless. Anyway, I think it's a good solution, temporary for now.
This reminds me of the crossing flags that everybody wanted up, put everywhere. Every single crosswalk in town is going to have the orange, bright fluorescent orange line, and people are going to pick up the line and walk across the street. It's like, to some degree, I mean, the reality is people are smart. They're smart enough to navigate that 12 feet without, I think, the town really intervening, would be my opinion of this. I don't feel any outcry from the community saying that there's a significant traffic hazard here as it's currently organized. It is 22 feet wide. It's as wide as Edgewater now. It's the new Edgewater Road, right? It's just that we don't have a sidewalk. So yeah, we don't have a sidewalk. So you're walking 250 meters, then you get to the bridge, and then you walk another 250 meters before you have a sidewalk. If maximize pedestrian safety is the strategy here, then we should be talking about sidewalks or feel free to avail of any of the other 3 kilometers of sidewalks we pay for in town. Anyway, it's just in my mind,
Matt
it's
Lagoon, you live on that street.
No, yeah, well, I'm as I'm listening, I'm just, I think it's a lower priority than the churches. Like, I just think that in some ways, people navigate it. It's, the only time that it's really highly trafficked is when there's a detour, you know? And that's just stuff that you kind of have to deal with on that day-to-day type of stuff. And I get a little concerned that if there are detours, and I'm assuming that while you're talking about narrowing it down to one lane, that's gonna create more of a bottleneck when people, when there are those disruptions in traffic. So so my feeling is that in some ways, I'd rather focus on the parish paving and getting that type of stuff in place with a deferral, that's all.
I like the idea of just having a sign to yield to pedestrians.
Unless there's opposition to
And,
that, I mean,
no,
I put some criticism of that.
Should that like imply, like, do people know, like, don't hit the pedestrian when they're driving their car?
I wouldn't say it is
Right?
implied. If you're within the 11-foot traffic right of way, yes, Mahone Bay is a place for jaywalking, it's very common. But technically, the right of way goes to the motorists. So if you're saying yield to pedestrians, you are asking the motorists to exercise an additional degree of consideration and caution. I wouldn't say it stands to reason. I think it's the other way around.
Okay.
Are we ready for the vote?
I'm not saying it's necessary, I'm just saying I wouldn't assume it's a task
Okay,
of
it's
government.
been a call for the vote.
Well,
Um,
you can check. I just asked if we're ready
Yeah.
for it. I'm not,
Okay.
I don't approve of calling for the vote.
Oh, okay.
Everybody ready?
I'm not sure what the motion
Motion was to make it one way.
Yeah, direct, one lane.
One lane,
One
not
lane,
one, yeah, temporarily. Tent was temporary.
With the addition of the caution signs for pedestrians.
Well, this motion,
So that can be a
that
separate.
would be only if this did pass, and it doesn't have to be a motion if there's consensus, but if there's not consensus, you can do a motion.
I just want to be sure that in my motion, it specifies temporary. Okay, thank you.
Okay, ready for the question? All those in favor signify aye. Opposed? The motion is defeated, so.
So
I
does
would-
anyone object to my suggestion of putting up a sign on each side that
I
says?
think it's a great idea.
As traffic authority, I think you have perfectly way to do that.
Well, that's it, it's within existing budgets,
Yeah.
but if anybody's gonna object, we object now, so, okay, I'll make a note for Jonathan, he can do that. All right, so that was the end of the transportation section.
Can we send out for lunch?
Yeah, we technically have 27 more minutes.
Don't hit the children.
I would love to keep going.
Okay.
you know, for everything. So in the next section, general government is essentially a bunch of assorted items that could relate to the town hall. Good news on the soundproofing, we're down from 77,000 to 13,000 based on the alternate quotation. But that still represents a bunch of odds and ends in a building where we were trying to be done. And so I, know the council may have reservations about proceeding with these things. Sorry, the demolition of garage is in there, just kind of the way I brought this forward. That's already completed in a previous year, obviously, it's all gone. So it's 4 pieces: security system, attic insulation. We have done the math on the attic insulation. We think it'll save on heating costs, but it'll take some time to pay off. It also is intended to help reduce a thaw freeze cycle that is happening because of the lack of insulation. It warms up and then it causes ice to accumulate in parts of the roof, which is arguably going to reduce the useful life of the building and cause water damage. So Jonathan stands by that, but I'll take questions. Aberdeen Lane space. Renovation of the Aberdeen Lane space. So I didn't know what to call this. Former police office, former public works office. Essentially, if we want to be shovel ready to use the office space for anything that might be desired, it needs a little bit of renovation to kind of keep up the level of the rest of the building. We're just left the way it is because it's not being used. So that $10,000 would be to get there. And then the soundproofing is the mayor's office in this space, and it's basically lumped together at 13,000. But you can assume, relatively speaking, that it's 2/3 for this building or this room and 1/3 for the mayor's space.
So, if, Your Worship, for the
Yeah.
renovation of the Aberdeen Lane space, is there access to that space from inside? I know it was planned to have access
Yeah,
down the
well,
back
so
stairs.
from the third floor down the
Yeah.
back stairs, yes.
But
that
it-
is
that's the only access to that space from
From
inside.
inside the building, yeah, which was intentional, of course, as police officers, supposed to be segregated for security reasons.
Mhm.
That's why we had to take a wall out to get in from upstairs. But we wanted the bathroom, which was.
And it's at a different level, then there would be no other way to access.
Yeah,
it.
yeah, there is
It's
a.
at a different level.
You could punch your way through back here through the door at one point, but. Yeah, it's a split level situation. So it really doesn't have to be done, but at the same time, we occasionally talk about using the space, and if we ever want to do the work, is just the minimum to kind of get it up to a standard. So we've left it kind of a little bit gutted this after. Otherwise, moved out.
Councillor Bloom?
So just a question about this, are we on the soundproofing or which one are you?
I'm just kind of on all of them, I don't know.
Okay, so the soundproofing, it's got, council chambers 50K. Mayor's
That
office
was a
20,
previous quote.
And
So
then, but
we-
then you got budget 13, what
Yeah,
is that?
we got a new quote. The first quote we got was 77, and Jonathan said, hang on, I know you're putting the budget out, but I'm getting another quote. Second quote was 13.
Okay.
Huge difference. You can keep the ratio between them.
For both of them? This is.
So 13 for
soundproofing.
both, yeah.
Yeah.
So you can, I didn't change them now, but you keep the ratio and say now at 13, it's really 9 for this and 4 for that. Like you can keep the ratio that was there with the 77, but the total is 13 now.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm not privy to why this was kind of like requested.
It was a council request, so.
Yeah, I
The
just curious.
soundproofing?
Yeah, just curious.
Oh my
Go
gosh,
have a
you can
meeting,
hear
go
everything.
have a meeting in the mayor's office.
What's that? Yeah, okay.
Stand outside.
Yeah. Yeah.
Stand outside here when the doors are closed. Every word can be heard.
Anybody can
Okay.
hear our closed session.
Yeah, closed session's not really closed.
Fair enough.
We've been taped. Put
Fair
it
enough.
that way.
Okay. good
With the
enough.
door closed.
Well, what's the building security system?
It's just having one at all.
Oh.
The only thing we have are a couple panic buttons.
So it would mean that the doors actually have, you have to beep in and out, or, like we'll have at the end of the day, like security code comes punch in and. Mostly it'll be annoying to staff, but it does create security.
Be annoying to the RCMP.
Will it be an alarm system though also?
Yeah, you can't have an alarm system without building door controls.
Yeah.
So it's not cameras.
Right.
It's not.
Councillor
But
Kraus.
we've talked a bit before about the back door, side door, I should call it. Because there's nobody here who's seeing who comes and goes at any time. So would a new security system address that particular weakness in our system?
Not really, because during the day when it's open to the public, we would have it open, right? So
Right.
coding in would track who's coming and going. Outside of that, janitors, whatever, but it wouldn't track who's coming and going during business hours. We need a camera for that. Like we put a camera system to the door and then you could track who's coming and going that way. I don't think you can do it any other way.
Okay.
In terms of nuisance factor, when I was in a place where I had to have a lot of security, I had a card.
Yeah, we would have, like, the fire station.
So you aren't putting in buttons and whatnot.
Yeah, I guess, I don't know, at the end of the day, you alarm it or not, I don't know the exact details, but for most people coming and going, they have a fob or a card.
Modal has it.
That makes a lot more sense.
And our fire station is not that way, just this building never had it.
Okay, that makes sense.
I would like a camera at that back door.
Well, I think as far as camera at the back door, let's let the recommendation for the public washrooms come through. And it
Yeah,
would be a relatively trivial cost to add one there. If council feels we can have one at the public washrooms, I assume they're not gonna object to everyone here. But because our policy has been to not surveil public locations, we've never done that. right?
yes.
It could be inside.
I'd also
It could be on the inside.
Yeah,
I also put one on the front before somebody throws something through a window.
but I do feel like the principle of the discussion is already coming to council.
Okay.
We should
Oh.
probably,
Yeah,
I'm respecting the fact that when we discussed this previously, I was directed very much not to do that.
yeah, I was quite alarmed to see no security in this building.
The ghosts
You
are
know.
here, the ghosts are here. on the
Yeah,
weekends,
yeah,
that's fine.
but times have changed, and politicians are very targeted these days. And
And just from theft, it is
Yeah,
time
yeah.
reason, we invested a lot in this building, it's one of the final details.
Okay, to move things along, my proposal would be to do all of these except for the renovation of the Aberdeen Lane.
Base, because I don't know what else to call it. So are you gonna move to, remove that one?
Yes.
I would say remove rather than push off.
To remove it or move it till next
I
year?
mean, I wanna be done with this building. If we're not gonna do it now, just do it if it comes up again. We have a purpose for it.
Well, when they have a purpose for it, is by all means, let's talk about it.
Yeah, well, that's my point.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would say if you say move to next year, the only piece of this project we're doing for 5 years is not done. I would just say remove it and then bring it back up as a standalone thing if we have a purpose for this thing.
As if and when.
It's just my suggestion rather than pushing it off. It's a part of a larger thing. I'd rather not have it still out there. So you're making a motion, Brian?
Yeah.
Get a second?
I'll second it, but then I have a question. So the demolition of the
It's
garage.
just a typo. It's all done.
Okay, so,
Okay.
okay, right, that's what I thought. Thank you.
All right, all those in favor signify aye. Opposed? The motion is carried. Thank
Can we
you.
get that soundproofed? So community services and environmental development, the pump out station's been something we approved long ago. We've just been pushing it ahead until they're ready to do it, is my understanding. So I assume that's.
That's at the town, at the government wharf,
Yeah. Well,
or whatever we call
Yeah,
it.
let's call it
Yeah, the marina.
all the angry letters we get start with is the government work, damn it.
Right, right, put it over.
They do cemetery fencing, columbarium. So these were referrals from cemetery committee. I think the fencing is essentially part of the Edgewater project, but we're not approaching it that way, although we could be. But it's the, window dressing, the facade of the cemetery and the last piece of fence that wasn't replaced. And then the columbarium, certainly standalone proposal with its own economics. Expected to, the return on investment seems to be about fourfold on the original investment based on the community experiences. We think it's a solid investment.
May I ask a question?
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
whatever question.
okay, I guess I'm asking myself if I can ask a question. Okay, with the columbarium, would that include consultation, public consultation? Where
I mean, this is just, you really ask Joe. I mean, I don't think I have any expectation.
But like, it's not just something we go ahead and do, or
So
should we have
the-
some public input?
We
on the
don't
heritage?
have a final design spec yet. I guess the moral of the story is that the industry is leading people to choose this option. The market rate for a plot in the columbarium is about 3x what would be on your traditional plot that we would still have available for sale, say in Park. Coupled with the fact that there's this strong demand for access to Bayview, of which we're the only way we could address that demand is through a columbarium. So there'll be lots of opportunities, and I think there'll be as the project evolves and develops, and we get budgeted and we get quotes, where there will be some design. There will be lots of people that are going to weigh in on the design there. Also, like the Heritage Advisory Committee will probably be sought their opinions on the design,
It's already on the
placement,
agenda.
and all those kinds of things. So I think in the full, what I would say that the mathematics behind it are outstanding. The making sure that it dovetails and aligns with the layout of the cemetery, I think will be important. But you've got the right people, the right sensibilities that will know that. That's my sense.
Councilor Carver.
I'm curious about whether or why the cemetery committee hasn't made a recommendation to council so that on the whole topic. Isn't this an issue that a committee would ordinarily make a recommendation to council for consideration?
They did recommend this, the budget, they recommended that.
But
There
The
was-
committee recommended the overall
But it's in
budget
the budget, so we're considering it in the
in the
budget.
context of the overall budget. So
Um,
you've got the last bit of the fence,
Well,
which didn't get
Right,
done.
okay, that's recommending the budget, but the
Yeah.
idea of it, I think it's more the idea of having a columbarium separate from the cost of it. It's the idea of having it in a heritage property.
So I do think that this is standing in because, by suggesting the budget, the committee's motion was intending to say, you approve this budget, then you're giving some support to the notion. But the way the motion was written could have been written to say two separate things, like approval and budget. I think that's, yeah.
I would have preferred it that way, but
And I think the other nuance here is that this is really around the funding envelope, but the project itself is obviously self-funding. So the
I mean,
idea,
this is an upfront, it's, you know, almost approving to get the cash
yeah.
and then pay it back,
Yeah.
obviously, through the, yeah.
Kelly, I think I'm off camera. My
But-
battery went down.
Oh,
yeah.
Thank you.
Do you have a charger?
I just plugged it in, so
Okay,
I
you
have to
rejoin.
Well, Joe could chair here, do you want?
Yeah, do you want to cheer?
Sure, happy
Because
to.
I'm off camera.
Oh, okay.
You can finish off the meeting.
So, I mean, if there's
So-
no motions to the contrary, it's, we could continue moving on, I just wanted to address questions. Go on. Recreation and culture, we already decided not to do the ball field treatment, so I'm just gonna jump right to the additional planters. We talked a lot about the various things we've absorbed in terms of ongoing costs associated with beautification. So here's another one. We had a request last year to increase the planters, I believe, and now we're dealing with the same request. Penny, you could speak to this if you wanted to provide a little bit more clarity on what these planters are, you know, what's the benefit of this? But we were requested last year to double, like we were taking over the planting or the maintenance of the planters. And then we were going to put more in the field this summer. For trees and limbs.
But are these plantors or plants to go in the plant? Like, what are we
So
actually
this is
funding?
the
by a-
on the street locations, like that used to be baskets, we call planters now, because they sit on the ground.
Okay,
And it's doubling the amount. So it would come with maintenance costs as well. That's my understanding.
What's the documentation of the request? I have to say, I'm at a loss at the moment for speaking.
So
to it.
last year, we were, you know, when we were contemplating taking over the planters program, so these are not the custom planters that you guys had made up with the school. These are the sitting on the street
Mhm,
replacement for the hang basket.
Mhm.
And the request was twofold, that we take them over, we take over the watering of them, and then for the 2026 community boom program, we put out more. We double the number that are in the field.
I have to say, I'm totally at a loss for this. So do you have anything in writing from?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely do, but like this was earmarked last year, so it would be last year's request.
It came last year?
Yeah.
Right.
Are these pots which are then, the contents of which are replaced each year?
So the maintenance and watering and everything is proportionally.
So that's an incremental cost.
So it's in-house, so we have the equipment and it's in-house labor and it, you know, there would be a little bit for the actual plants every year.
Oh, how many of them are there? $1,000 each.
Yeah, the numbers were, yeah, there's about 16.
Well, there were 20 purchased last year. Those are the self-watering ones, and those are the ones that Jonathan has just in the past week or so delivered to the garden center to be filled.
Yeah.
So he did the Public Works did the in-kind, I think, service of delivering them. But the garden club will be planting them.
So here's the request, 2025, the email from Val.
Can you forward it to me?
Sure.
Please?
Anyway, it says $7,000 for 25 more planters plus watering. And materials for the planters and soil, et cetera, the total's 12,000, so that, I mean, I'll forward it to you guys, but.
Yeah.
That's huge.
So when we move on to next year and we just get the operating expenses, beyond this capital investment to do the first time purchase and set up, do we have any idea what the operating budget for because this is really where the origin of where this conversation started.
Yeah, I mean, the operating budget is gonna just be down to the part that's about the materials.
Right.
Um,
What's that in? Like, is that still like around 20?
well, so my understanding for these, we're talking more like 2,500 annually. Like
$2,500.
And then the
In
associated.
kind of us watering it, having labor.
You know, we have the equipment now, like those are all just in the general, like if you were to cost out all of that stuff, you're probably not wrong that it's more like $20,000 overall.
Yeah.
But the material cost in town that is not already in our operating budget is probably more like $2,500 each season for the plants that go in the plant.
Incremental.
Yeah,
Incremental
yeah.
expense.
So that's what we add by adding 25, I guess.
Just for some context, when we think about like what's changed since 2020, let's call it 2023 compared to 2026, what's changed is I think the town is now funding about $20,000 in operating expense associated with the entire planning infrastructure, the plants, the watering and everything else, which is, I think, what we've agreed to take on now that the chamber, and this would have traditionally been a cost entirely borne by the chamber, but now the town is now handling it internally than operating expense. Is that about a fair enough price, Dylan?
Yeah,
Like
I think
20
that's, I think that's probably ballpark
Okay.
accurate. Again, we don't cost out all the time, so if they get more efficient doing it, you know what I mean, but it's a fair ballpark.
So at the
When we
moment,
have work orders, we might track the
at
actual.
the moment, we have about 20 of these, is that right? And they want asking for 25 more
I believe
theoretically.
so, I believe so.
Seems like an incredible increase. I thought more like an incremental approach to would be appropriate.
I'm trying to find, okay, here's the, I forwarded maybe the wrong thing, because this is something from 2 weeks later from Val. We recommended an additional 20 planters be purchased by the town in 2026. It's 25 now, 20 additional in 2026. I'll forward this too, sorry, I think I forwarded a preliminary sketch out of the thing, and then this was the finished request from the council, so let me forward this one to you as well.
So this won't include what needs to be done on Edgewater Street, because there
The
was,
school planters thing, it might include the materials cost,
yeah,
like that maybe we get the
Well,
12,000 from 7.
The request from last year included that, but the materials have already been purchased.
No.
The wood,
only for 2 we clarified that, didn't we, through Jonathan?
Yeah, I think so. I
and-
mean, Jonathan supplied this $12,000 number, which I think is to account for the 20 new planters and the material costs, if there are any,
Yeah,
with the bigger planter boxes. I don't have a breakdown of 12,000 handy, so
I
I'm sure
think we
Jonathan's
have to
not
defer it to
wrong in
Monday night.
estimating.
Because I'm not prepared to deal with it
Okay.
now.
More information.
Simply because there's so much confusing information.
I will just note that if we're not getting the 20 planters, we're not getting them, now is the time, right? We don't have a lot of time, because as you pointed out, Jonathan's already filling the first 25, so it's a pretty simple
It's
request.
not
We wanna do
something
what we wanna do.
It's not something that, to my knowledge, has come up in any communities in Bloom meeting this year.
I don't know if that means they're assuming we're doing it, or they're assuming we're not doing it. But you've received a clear written indication that they requested it last year, if you wanna look at your email. I mean, I'm not trying to speak in favor, but I'm just pointing out that it'd be hard to add them once we've already put out the existing ones. There will be extra costs.
It's just-
associated with doing
So we're at, let's just say we do go grow from 20 to 45 planters. Let's just say we do that. The question is, how much annual operating expense to maintain, populate, trim, water? Like, do we have a view of that budget? And as long as
I continue to say that the incremental materials cost, not the manpower to water, not the equipment, because that's which is time we allocated that. We got some equipment to do quicker work when we're doing the mowing and working on Edgewater, so they take a little time on watering. I don't have that difference, but it's fair to say that if we have 25 now and we're going up to 45, we're talking about, another $2,000 of flowers every year.
But like,
You know,
but so when we talk about our investment in beautification historically, like just cutting to the chase, and this, I'm not a passionate gardener, but under the theme of perennials that we have to replace every single year in the flower baskets annually, and pardon me, annuals. There you go. So there you go. Annuals. Like, are we spending $20,000 planting annuals versus $20,000 annually planting annuals, or are we planning $20,000 getting, making growing trees that are going to last 100 years? I'm just trying to understand what that.
I think for 45 baskets, reasonably $4,500 of annuals. Like, again, I'm not
Your
a
worship,
Yeah.
please, I really have serious concerns about having this discussion when we don't have accurate information. We're just dealing entirely in speculation right now. I would ask that this discussion
Be adjourned and.
be
for another
deferred
meeting.
to Monday. You're saying Monday night is too late?
Monday night's not too late. It's not on the agenda for Monday night. We could add it to the agenda.
Please.
Okay,
So make a
why don't
motion
we
on
do
that?
that?
Can we also move? Can we also start the meeting at 5 o'clock versus 7? There, please.
If we each observe timelines for speaking, if we might be able to get it done.
So I would suggest the
With
appropriate thing is
efficiency.
to remove it from the draft capital budget, and have the discussion separately under some separate heading at a different time.
And I will bring information to that discussion.
So somebody want to make the motion to remove it here? And you can re-add it if you feel like it another time. I just don't want to have a whole other budget meeting over the side.
So moved.
Okay,
Wait, you said remove it for this discussion and add it, it's
If council directs us to add it back in, we'll do it.
on Monday, okay.
100%.
seconder, Brian, thank you. All those in favor signify aye. Opposed? The motion is carried.
There was no motion to add it to, so we're just removing it.
Yeah.
We're not making a motion to add it to.
Well, it has to be done on the approval agenda.
Yeah,
so
of
they-
course.
Yeah.
But you can circulate information by email.
Right,
if you're
right,
gonna get it.
and just add it on the spot
Yeah.
on Monday night.
Okay, when we do
At
the agenda.
yeah.
When we do the
I hope
agenda.
the council agrees.
Okay, all right. So the motion was carried.
All right, so
And-
waste receptacles. So this is just continue to restore various waste receptacles as we go. We're always buying new ones at times, and we have it's just an ongoing item. So we have the here too, Johnson is expecting to replace this. It's not Edgewater.
New doggy receptacles, somewhere around the trail, like around the cemetery area or somewhere along that Bay to Bay trail. There's one at the Long Hill Road, but some people don't go up that far. But there seems to be a missing piece. There's nothing on Kinburn Street at all. And a lot of dogs are going up to Wenzel's Woods and the cemetery. There is garbage cans in the cemetery, but not everyone goes in the cemetery. So,
To answer the question, I guess, like, we don't currently, and it might be a separate discussion with council, provide waste receptacles to the trail. It's been a matter of debate, because we could have them at every crossing and they would be full every day, because they're used for home garbage. But it's just kind of a question of a level of service that we don't provide and whether we ought to. So I feel like there's a more of
We've got a
there's two
lovely-
options, right? We could put one in a town-owned property, such as the cemetery we have on the back at the front, or we could put one in the parking lot behind the tennis court. But if we actually start to position them such that they're serving the trail, I think we should have a more comprehensive discussion, because it will be an expectation that we put them at all the trail crossings and that we put garbage cans at all the trail crossings. And I know in the town of Shelburne, we maintain 20 garbage cans in relation to the trail that ran through town. Although it was like a full-time job for a person to just go back and forth and empty them from home.
well, I just get tired of seeing bags.
Oh, I
laying
agree.
there.
As a user, I agree with
There's
you.
a bag of dog poop sitting on a rock outside, Wenzel's
Yeah,
fence.
every day.
It's been there for a week.
Yeah.
It's just
Happy
like-
Earth
I
Day.
think we talk about incremental stuff, right? Like we took on
Got my
plowing, maintenance of the parking lots. So just little by little. So I just want to make sure if
Yeah.
we do it, we kind of are like, this is gonna be all the trails. So we might want to put that on policy and strategy.
Well, that's an idea too.
Mayor, I know that this has been a recurring procurement of the receptacles, but the last time we did talk about this, there was a opportunity to buy local from a manufacturer in Lunenburg versus buy from an out of province or maybe even out of country vendor. And I think if we were gonna revisit that, have council being aware of what the materiality is of based on who the vendor is, I think would be worthy of a further follow-up discussion.
We don't mean to dump down your throat, but we did do this within the last 6 months, right?
Yeah.
And we decided not to go with the local vendor.
I know, but
It's whiplash if we're trying to standardize the process. here.
fair enough. I guess the point is that I thought we were
It's
probably.
Canadian vendor.
I thought we were kind of done on the procurement, but if this is gonna be a multi-year, like if we're gonna be adding $12,000 a year of
I think
receptacle
it's every
replacement.
second year.
Every second year? Okay. So I just think it's important. This was an opportunity. There was a big gap though, wasn't there? Dylan, I don't want to revisit the old decision, but the idea was we will avail of the
You mean
vast.
cost wise, the local ones are
Cost-wise.
twice as expensive.
Twice as much. Okay, anyway, thanks very much for that.
But as we've tried, we've had 3 different types and we kind of settled on this middle one that's Canadian and it's more cost effective and it looks good, but it doesn't have ads on it. It's not quite as, the Cadillac and the Avco ones from local.
Yeah, fair.
Time Downs playground improvement. So this one is tricky because we just received a rejection from one of the 3 funding sources that we applied to. So I've noted 100,000 was pending. That was 50 from the province and
I can't quite remember the breakdown, but I think it was 50-50 province and, Rick Hansen Foundation. So we did not receive the Rick Hansen Foundation money, so we are still waiting on the provincial contribution. We could possibly scale the project down proportionately, but, you know, without knowing the provincial funding, you know, I guess my recommendation was still to include it and just deal with this when we find out what the balance of funding is, but,
Sure. And this was gonna get funded from reserve.
our share, right?
Yeah,
40,000,
our share,
yeah.
our share. So our share now will be 90,000.
Well, unless we just scale it down, but I think we just need to get the answer from province, because if we have some funding, we'll probably do some work. If we have no funding, we might not do any work, so.
But when will we know and how do we deal with it in terms of budget?
Well, anything that's external funding is only ever approved in this budget pending the external funding, so I already don't have the external funding, so when we hear from the province, I have to come back to you guys before we can initiate any work. What it does mean is that we, you know, waiting on the province, probably missed the opportunity to do the improvements ahead of the summer. So like, we'll find out from the province, we make the improvements in the fall, it wouldn't benefit this summer season.
But right now, you're expecting this to be 140 and 50 versus 140 and 100.
Yeah, and then we can then scale it down potentially to be more like 90 and 50 if we want to get down to 40 from the town.
Who knows what 90 get from now, right?
Well, that's the thing, doesn't get us very far.
Doesn't get us
This is just to reach minimum accessibility levels. With this, so I'll move on to storm. So in stormwater, we get across culvert on Main Street, it's really not negotiable, it's appreciated. Toberg Road ditching, so this is a little bit like controversial in that we'd be reinstating a ditch. I know Public Works has had some conversations with the properties here, there's 4 affected properties, but the only way to really manage the stormwater runoff on the lower portion of Toberg, as you're coming down the hill towards RPS, is to have something that runs in front of the meadows as like just a narrow interceptor drain, so that's what's being proposed here. And then replace curb and gutter on Main Street, and West Main can't wait. So basically, Jonathan is saying, we all see this, we drive down West Main Street, coming around the corner by the foot of Long Hill and towards Clearway. There is some curb improvement, just it's falling apart, that we need to do. And we've been waiting because it's part of the larger Main Street West project to do it when we're digging up the whole street. But we're now at best looking at 2 more years out for the Main Street West project, and Jonathan feels this curb repair. I think it is very cosmetically noticeable. There's not a need to disturb most of the curb for the project, so the good news is this just would be not then a cost when we do the West Main project. It's not a throwaway, we're not wasting it, we're not tearing it back up. This is a curb that didn't need to be disturbed. So in that sense, we at least, you know, we're doing it out of pocket, but we're not throwing the money away and digging it up next year. Anybody have concerns about that getting done? This would be gas tax funded. I mean, our own reserve, but it's eligible.
That's number 3 under
It's number 3
stormwater.
under stormwater, yeah. Or sorry, I say, oh, reserve gas tax, well, this is our stormwater reserve or gas tax, I can't remember which one I put it down, it's probably stormwater reserve, to be honest. So we'll move on to wastewater, new sewer services, that's just in there as placeholder, because this is well, it's not actually a regulated utility, but we do our best to treat it like one. So you should, for rate stabilization purposes, put that in, and then it's just kind of flow through with customer charges. Manhole replacement was pushed off from last year. We're trying to coordinate this with Orchard Parish. So if you want, you could add it to the Edgewater project for consistency. It's the manhole that's in the middle of Orchard and Parish. We're not going to not do it. So would somebody like to make a motion to add that to the Edgewater project also, since we did the other one by motion?
Sure.
Councillor Pulverman, second by Councillor Wilson, thank you. Discussion? No, all those in favor signify aye. Opposed? The motion is.
I might have needed to declare a conflict because last time Scott did repairs to this manhole, he gave me some of the bricks for our garden.
Oh,
The bricks are falling out every time they go into the manhole. The bricks are
CAO
literally
comes clean.
bricks are literally falling on them when they go in there.
The newsletter.
So water utility hydrant replacement again is just a like standard charge every year. But there are actually some hydrants that need doing. Raw water pump house. So this is a pump replacement. It's a regular cycle end of life type replacement. They don't have any choice. We want the pumps to work. Compactor for repair work. So this is basically an option. This is a piece of equipment that wastewater and water would like to be able to use. I don't have more information about what a jumping jack is. It's not Willie and jumping jack. I could look it up for you guys if you want, but I'm sure that Scott needs it.
Okay,
Electric utility, we talked about, the big thing here, the transformers we for inventory, we just need new transformers, we were supposed to buy them last year and bought them, we managed last year, we bought some from, Alberta, but the larger purchase, we still need, just generally speaking, the next 2 years worth of inventory of transformers, gotta get ordered, so we stay ahead of that. And then they go in inventory, so it's a cost up front you need to keep track of, but then they're realized when they go into the field. And then the big ones, the voltage regulator installation for circuit, I talked about this when I introduced this last week. The fourth circuit is eligible for funding that we've now confirmed is actually going to be available again in the fall. So we're strongly recommending that be deferred to the following year. And the voltage regulator I would leave in here only to confirm if we get the funding. If we don't get the funding, the voltage regulator could be installed as effectively buying us some time. So my recommendation is that we push off installation for the fourth circuit till next year, but leave the voltage regulator in, and we won't buy it till the final quarter of the year. But it does take about 9 months to get, guaranteed delivery from tender to delivery. Happy to take questions. I know that's a little bit arcane. We did talk about it last week. You might not remember.
Yes, Councillor Wilson.
I was a little confused. If we did the fourth circuit, does that obviate the need for the voltage regulator?
Yeah, it does in terms of the Keddy's Landing extension.
So-
I mean, voltage regulators are handy to have. It's not like we'll never need them, but yeah, we wouldn't immediately need them.
Okay, so if the money's available this fall, the funds, whatever that is, why wouldn't we just leave the 445 in the budget for this year, this fiscal year?
The only reason is that if the money's available this fall, what I'll apply for is the big chunk of stuff that was already in the budget detail for next year and this. So if you push it off, we've got one big project that encompasses the substation work and other stuff it's just not showing here, but it was in the 2027-28 detail at the 10-year.
But then we'd have to buy the voltage regulators.
We would only buy the voltage regulators if we fail to get this funding.
Okay.
Yeah.
If we fail to get the funding for number
For
6.
fourth circuit, yeah, so why I'm suggesting leaving them in this year is only that I won't buy them until we find out if we got the funding, and then we either not need them or we need them.
And when do we hear
Councillor Lee?
about the funding?
The application window is anticipated in September. Last time it took 6 months to hear back. So we may not know until the final quarter of next year.
Councillor Queen.
So the electrical utilities got about $190,000 operating surplus, of which could be utilized to fund capital out of revenue notionally. Question one would be, do we need to go to the regulator to get authorization for the item 5 beforehand, because it's above the 250 threshold?
Well, item 5 is the voltage regulator, is but item 6 we would be, yeah.
Oh yeah, pardon me, item 6. Put my glasses back on.
So
Pardon me.
what we'll do is,
item-
if we're pushing it
item-
off, we'll combine it with the bigger thing, it'll be like 1.5 million, then we'd be applying for that for capital approval.
Right, so I mean, I guess the other virtue would be getting the regulator to approve the 441 versus putting it on the budget, so.
I think if it's in
The case.
I think it's
The
fine if
case.
it's in 27-28, the regulator, from the regulator perspective. I think we're allowed to bring it into the rate, study if we do a general rate application, if it's in next year.
And then the second question would be, so how are we gonna fund that though? Like, are we assuming this is coming from borrowing? Like, because we don't have any reserve, that we don't have an operating reserve, capital reserve within we fully maxed out all the reserve in the.
Yeah, so
utility.
it is assumed to be coming from borrowing. I mean, like with the voltage regulators, I guess, the point with these things is it's a cash flow thing to do voltage regulators and transformers. You're buying them, but then you're
Putting them
inventorying
into
them.
inventory.
So it's not quite as simple as what you do in this year with this year's surplus, because yes, you would use the cash in banks to buy it, but then you'd realize it as you go. And that's why I find inventory a really irritating thing to try to account for.
Yeah.
Cash.
I guess it's a similar conversation.
It's a cash flow thing. It gets in here because it's a big expenditure.
And just on the water utility items, those items are all coming out of the depreciation reserve? Is that where we're funding those?
Technically, they're coming out of the depreciation reserve, and the
Okay.
depreciation reserve is there and well
Is there,
funded. And
yeah.
at the end of the day, if we get this water rate study in, we'll be effectively asking the board to convert the depreciation reserve to offset the accumulated the deficit in
Yeah.
operating.
So that ought to suck.
Which
So-
should effectively eliminate the depreciation reserve, but I don't know that
Yeah.
the board will let us, Like it's a crazy thing because we're gonna be putting $200,000 a year in terms of, well, running a deficit of $250,000 a year.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, it's a daunting,
We have to fully replace Edgewater after 30 years.
I don't know.
We certainly won't, but that's how we're going to be required to account for it.
yeah. Okay, thank you.
Done?
So that's the end of the list. We've had direction on everything, which is awesome. So
With one item pending.
yes,
on
well,
Monday.
if we get the direction in terms of the budget revision, and then we'll get a new direction on Monday if we get, yes.
Oh, still closed session.
We still close session. So, before closed session, I could ask if we could come back and after closed session. Closed session is very quick, it's up to you guys, but I just want to ask about, like, would we need another budget meeting? So, my perspective is that we could answer the question now and say no. While we're still on the TV, I don't know if it's relevant to come back to it after closed session.
When are we doing the item about the asphalt, the color, the trail?
So the Edgewater stuff has always been going to the regular council meeting, so it is on the agenda
Okay.
on Monday night, yeah. And then obviously that does affect the budget, but we're Edgewater is a moving target, so. It's fine.
I think we're done.
I don't think we need another meeting. We've done quite well
No,
to
I
get
think
through
we're
stuff.
done. I think it was done. We had lots of conversation. So just debate. lots of
So
motion.
what that means is that, and we should have the closed sessions to make sure that the items that are in there are suitable, is that we would end today's meeting with either a formal recommendation, which is unnecessary, because it's a council meeting, to recommend this budget to the May 12th meeting, or more realistically, with the consensus that the package for the regular council meeting on May 12th will include all the budget motions that we normally have, setting rates and all that kind of stuff. So
If we're gonna have that.
Yes, we have consensus
for anybody
on that.
watching, we don't have any more budget meetings, but the final budget does go to the regular council meeting on May 12th, so it'll be in the package, it'll be an opportunity for the public to review it.
Thank you. And there will be again this year, a full newsletter dedicated just on budget. As long, and the
And we're
main,
gonna try to make some improvements to the format. We basically got, we can work with Eric and Claire Louise over the next 2 weeks before the council package to see what we can do to make it look nice, so. Be working on that.
okay, so I will take a motion to go into close session for MGA 22-2C, personal matters, and 3.2 MGA 22-2E, contract negotiations. I need a mover, Councilor Wilson, seconder, Councilor Boone. Thank you. All those in favor signify aye. Aye. Opposed, the motion is carried. We will take a very quick recess for anyone who needs to get anything and get an apple or something anyway.
I